The whole building has collapsed.
The whole building has collapsed?
The building has collapsed.
That's the southern tower you're talking about.
Exactly. The second building that we witnessed the airplane enter.
The emergency services had cleared an area around the towers, but they'd not yet succeeded in evacuating the building. The people still inside had seen the other tower go and waved in desperation, but it was too late. And then the World Trade Center, proud symbol that it was of the wealthiest city in the world, was no more. At that time of the morning, there would have been about 10,000 people in each tower of the World Trade Center and thousands more in the Wall Street financial district around it. The emergency services have been doing what they can all day, but they are overwhelmed by demand in an atmosphere of terror. Every airliner in the air across America was ordered to land at the nearest airport. A plane crashed in Pittsburgh. As smoke blew across Capitol Hill, the heart of American democracy, it is clear that this is the biggest attack on America since Pearl Harbor.
Once again, we see terrorism. We see terrorists, people who don't believe in democracy, people who believe that with the destruction of buildings, with the murder of people, they can somehow achieve a political purpose. They can destroy buildings, they can kill people, and we will be saddened by this tragedy, but they will never be allowed to kill the spirit of democracy. They cannot destroy our society. They cannot destroy our belief in the democratic way.
In a brief break in the day, firefighters could embrace each other, but it will be many hours before their work is done, and many years before the full story of what this day means is told. David Loyne, BBC News.
Well, let's go live to Washington, and our correspondent there is Robert Watson. Rob, I know it's just 4 hours after this dreadful series of events took place, but what's the latest there this evening?
Well, the latest is that if this attack was designed to bring the United States to a halt, to bring the nation's capital to a halt, then it certainly succeeded. I've seen with my own eyes the city come to a complete standstill. All of the federal government buildings have been evacuated, including the White House. Now, you can probably see behind me to my left, the Pentagon is still on fire. There are said to be many casualties, almost certainly fatalities. Part of the building has collapsed. All around me, the streets have come to a gridlock as people emptied out of buildings. They can't leave the city. All commercial airlines have been grounded. The US borders have been shut. This is a scene of absolute chaos and devastation.
Rob, we heard from President Bush earlier on saying that all resources will be diverted to try to find those responsible. Is there any word so far from official sources there as to what their thinking might be?
Absolutely not, and I think it's fair to say that they are completely stunned by this attack, as indeed are all the Americans that I've come across. And you need to understand that there are thousands of people in the streets here in Washington, D.C. Nobody, of course, is talking about anything other than these attacks. But I think that the security forces were completely blindsided by these attacks. And I think that at the moment, the US government is in some sort of disarray because, as I was mentioning, a lot of buildings have been evacuated. The CIA has been evacuated. The FBI, they are just scrambling at the moment to deal with the devastation. And I think there's some way from finding out who did this and, as George W. Bush has promised, hunting them down and then punishing them.
Robert Watson, thank you very much indeed. Now, in just 4 hours, the United States has been under sustained attack. As we were mentioning, the first news of today's attacks came through at 2 minutes to 2. That's British time, of course. Fergus Walsh is with me here to talk us through the sequence of events so far today. Fergus.
Well, Hugh, let's look at how the events of today unfolded. It began in Boston when 2 passenger aircraft were hijacked by terrorists. These were United Flight 175 and American Airlines Flight 11, both bound for Los Angeles. They were forced to fly to the World Trade Center in New York. A third plane was hijacked at Washington Dulles Airport. That was American Airlines Flight 77, again bound for Los Angeles. It was flown to the Pentagon in Washington. A fourth aircraft, United Airlines Flight 93, from Newark to San Francisco, crashed southeast of Pittsburgh. Now, the World Trade Center in New York was the fourth tallest building complex in the world, 1,350 feet high. The Twin Towers dominated the skyline of Lower Manhattan. The first impact was just before 9 a.m. New York time, 2 p.m. here. The hijacked aircraft crashed into the 80th floor of the North Tower, each tower being 110 stories high. Now, 8 minutes later, a second plane crashed into the South Tower around the 65th floor. Now, the World Trade Center is the largest commercial complex in the world. It's effectively a mini city. 50,000 people work inside. It has 90,000 visitors every day. The casualties inside and on the ground are unknown. What we do know is that American and United Airlines say the 4 aircraft involved had a total of 266 passengers and crew on board. Now, within an hour, the Twin Towers had collapsed. Now, unlike most conventional skyscrapers, which have lots of interior columns to give strength to the building, the exterior walls of the World Trade Center bore most of the load, so the direct attacks were enough to weaken the buildings and lead to their collapse. Now, let's turn to Washington. Within 45 minutes of the attacks on the World Trade Center, another hijacked plane had crashed in a direct hit on the Pentagon. One side of the 5-sided building was completely destroyed. Just over 30 minutes later, a car bomb exploded outside the State Department. Again, there's no figure on casualties. American fighters are now patrolling the skies above New York, Washington, and other key locations to guard against further attacks. American military and government buildings across the world are on high alert. Other tall buildings in the US, such as the Sears Tower in Chicago, have been evacuated. America's day of horror is still unfolding. Hugh.
Indeed it is, Fergus. Thanks very much. And amid the chaos, the FBI and its international partners are already trying to work out who could be capable of planning attacks on this scale. Very few groups are thought to have the capability needed, and the Saudi rebel Osama bin Laden is one. He's currently in Afghanistan, where the ruling Taliban claimed today that he was not capable of an attack of this size. But according to Islamic Jihad, the attacks were a consequence of United States policy in the Middle East. James Robbins now on the search for the guilty men.
In the Arab quarter of Jerusalem, they're celebrating the massacre and mayhem in the United States. What's a disaster to much of the world is seen as a triumph by some. It's evidence of how much hatred has already been refueled by this disaster. Now American intelligence, which missed stopping the attacks, will desperately be searching for the culprits. And to find who's behind it, they'll first ask, how was it done?
I think it's almost impossible to believe that a hijacker could convince an American domestic airline pilot to commit suicide by flying into the World Trade Center. I have absolutely no doubt at all they had trained pilots. We know in the past that they've had pilots who have been perfectly capable of flying aircraft, and this can only be the only, I think, answer to this. American pilots would not do this, but Arab fundamentalists may well be prepared to.
Number one suspect has got to be this man, Osama bin Laden, the richest and possibly the most ruthless terrorist in the world. Bin Laden has declared the destruction of the United States his top priority. He heads and pays for an extraordinary international network of Islamic militants. And this evening, Israel's Prime Minister Ehud Barak told the BBC he thinks bin Laden is probably to blame.
Most probably a bin Laden-like organization, but I cannot say that I'm sure of it. But anyhow, it's an attack against our whole civilization, not just against the Americans. And I believe that this is the time to deploy to tackle this challenge head-on.
So what do you suggest that America and her allies do?
I believe that the whole leading kind of group of nations in the world, led by the United States, the UK, the European Union, and Russia, which is deeply understand the need to struggle against terror, will coordinate a globally concerted effort, diplomatic, operational, intelligence, and even economic.
Whatever the response, Osama bin Laden is already accused by the United States of bombing 2 of its embassies in Africa in 1998. 224 people were killed, including 12 Americans. It's only 3 months now since 4 Islamic extremists were convicted of those bombings by a court sitting in New York. Osama bin Laden was named by American federal prosecutors as the mastermind of these killings and a string of other attacks. Bin Laden is also suspected of involvement in this previous attack on today's major target, the World Trade Center. This bombing in 1993 killed 6 people and blew a 60-foot hole through 4 basement levels of the building. And this evening, many Palestinian and other Islamic militant organizations are distancing themselves from today's attacks. Perhaps they're fearful of American retaliation. A leading Middle East analyst in Britain hopes the blame won't fall on the entire Arab world.
It will stigmatize many, many innocent people, law-abiding people who have settled in the West. But what can states do? You've got to be practical.
Before today, the worst terrorist attack inside the United States was the Oklahoma bombing of 1995. And it was an American, Timothy McVeigh, who was convicted and executed for that mass killing. But tonight, nobody seriously believes Americans have been killing their own. And the mastermind for these latest attacks is being sought outside America's borders. James Robbins, BBC News.
And James is with me now in the studio. James, we've never seen anything like this.
Hugh, this is absolutely unprecedented. The Americans are already talking about a second Pearl Harbor with memories of that Japanese attack on the American mainland. Now, this is quite extraordinary, and Americans are reeling. It's clear that the intelligence agencies, who are in disarray because they've evacuated their own buildings, they didn't detect the threat, they didn't detect any of the planning for an extraordinary series of concerted attacks. 4 hijackings, something the Americans have never experienced in their own territory, and coordinated attacks on this scale, from which I think American society will take a very long time to recover.
Now, you mentioned Osama bin Laden in your report there. Are there any other names that are being mentioned at the moment, and why is he at the top of the list?
He's at the top of the list because he had clear motive and he may have had opportunity. Osama bin Laden, this Saudi dissident, has pledged himself to a holy war against the United States, to the destruction of as much of the United States as he can possibly achieve in his lifetime. He has millions and millions of dollars behind him. He has many sympathetic friends among extremists throughout the Islamic world. He, of course, enjoys some shelter in Afghanistan. He has allies among the Taliban, the regime in that country. And although the Taliban are trying, I think, to keep retaliation away from Afghanistan, they may well still be giving him shelter. I think he remains #1 suspect, and that's where the Americans will direct their initial thoughts of retaliation. But they've tried attacking him and killing him in the past, and they've failed.
And very briefly, James, fears worldwide that other countries may be under threat, and Britain included.
I think it's absolutely clear that all of America's allies will now be in a state of shock and fear, or be making preparations. There's been a massive intelligence failure. They didn't detect these attacks. They'll be fearful of more.
James, thank you very much for that for now. And here, Mr. Blair has summoned senior ministers to Downing Street for an urgent meeting of the Cabinet's Emergency Cobra Committee. He's offered President Bush any help he needs in the coming days. Foreign Secretary Jack Straw, Home Secretary David Blunkett, and Defence Secretary Jeff Hoon have all been at number 10. Mr. Blair was due to address the Trades Union Congress at Brighton this afternoon. He cancelled that speech, but he had this to say about events in America.
There have been the most terrible, shocking events taking place in the United States of America within the last hour or so, including 2 hijacked planes being flown deliberately into the World Trade Center. I'm afraid we can only imagine the terror and the carnage there, and the many, many innocent people that will have lost their lives. I know that you would want to join with me in sending the deepest condolences to President Bush and to the American people on behalf of the British people at these terrible events. This mass terrorism is the new evil in our world today. It is perpetrated by fanatics who are utterly indifferent to the sanctity of human life. And we, the democracies of this world, are going to have to come together to fight it together and eradicate this evil completely from our world.
Prime Minister speaking in Brighton this afternoon. Let's join our political editor, Andrew Marr, who's in Downing Street. Andrew, any word from that all-important meeting?
Yes, I think it's probably broken up. The Home Secretary, David Blunkett, has just come out a little while ago. We're expecting Tony Blair to speak to the country in half an hour, and we've just been told that meeting is effectively over. It is a crucial meeting, of course, because one of the things that the Prime Minister has to do at this stage is to review the state of security in this country. COBRA is the crisis meeting, if you like, of the government. Got all the key ministers there, and they'll have been looking at security in British airports. They'll have been looking at the state of policing. They'll have been hearing reports probably about the world economy and the effect on that. The Chancellor's in the meeting as well. And David Blunkett, the Home Secretary, as I say, has left a little while ago. He's got a very busy evening ahead of him now.
And as James Robbins was telling us a short while ago, Andrew, a special concern because, of course, Britain is such a close ally of America and President Bush's.
Absolutely. Tony Blair made it abundantly clear. Immediately he spoke that he was standing shoulder to shoulder with President Bush at this stage. We've been very closely associated with American policy in the Middle East, too closely for some British politicians. And nevertheless, Tony Blair made it absolutely clear that Britain was going to be right there. There are implications clearly for British security, and that's the crucial issue at that meeting. But nonetheless, it's going to ripple right across British politics now. The Conservative Party, for instance, announced earlier this evening that it was going to put off for 24 hours the announcement of its new leader. This is going to be an enormous event in British politics, as well as, of course, across the world.
Andrew Moy, Downing Street, thank you for that. The events in America provoked near panic reactions worldwide, understandably, as Russia, France and other nations announced emergency measures, and airline companies struggled to cope with the chaos. Tom Simons now on what's been happening in Britain.
Britain's equivalent of the World Trade Center wasn't officially evacuated, but shaken staff at Canary Wharf felt much safer outside than in.
It's a somewhat surreal afternoon in that we could see that all was going on, and then basically someone came round and said, right, everybody out.
Across the city of London, work stopped as horrified banking staff watched the television pictures from America or simply went home. Security levels at official buildings around the country are on high alert. Armed police guarding America's embassy in London's Grosvenor Square. There'll be long delays tonight at Britain's airports. The complete closure of US airspace is unprecedented. Within an hour, all flights to America were either diverted to Canada or turned around mid-air and rerouted back to Britain, dumping fuel as they came. These American passengers had no idea when they'd get home.
The pilot came on and said, you may be aware that we've been circling, we're in a holding pattern. We are unable to enter international airspace.
BAA is considering a review of security at its 7 UK airports. In future, few airline passengers will be able to forget the way such an audacious attack so easily sidesteps checks designed to protect against terrorism in the air. Tom Simons, BBC News.
Live to Heathrow Airport now, and joining our transport correspondent there, who's Simon Montague. Simon, what's the word at Heathrow?
Well, of course, the shockwaves in the US have rippled to this side of the Atlantic. All US flights have been cancelled. Over at Terminal 4, that's the main departure terminal for the United States from British Airways, the biggest queue is actually at the hotel desks, where people are being told they may well not be travelling for 48 hours. Because, of course, even if US airspace does reopen, or when it does reopen, there's still going to be an awful lot of aircraft which are in the wrong place. So it's going to be 2 days and quite possibly longer before any kind of normality returns to transatlantic air travel.
Thank you very much, Simon, for that. Now, the Foreign Office has opened a telephone helpline for people who may be worried about friends or relatives. Here's the number for you. It's 0207 008 0000. That's 0207 008 0000. Now, there was understandable volatility on the world's money markets today. Trading was suspended on Wall Street, where the first attacks took place. Across the globe, there were urgent moves that affected currency and oil prices. Let's go live now to the City of London and our correspondent there, Rory Keshan-Jones. Rory, what's the latest from the city?
Hugh, the city has shared the general sense of shock. A lot of traders left their desks to watch the pictures coming in, and when they returned to them, share prices fell very sharply. The FTSE 100, which had been up, was almost 300 points down at the close. I think at the beginning of the day already there's been a sense that the world economy was teetering on the edge of recession, and now we just can't assess what this will mean. This kind of shock, the economy really on both sides of the Atlantic has been buoyed up by the confidence of shoppers. People are still going out and spending. Who knows what this will do to their confidence and what this will do to New York as a major financial centre. And of course, London was the world's biggest financial centre, still trading this afternoon when this happened, because New York was closed. So a lot of the action was here. We saw the oil price also rise very sharply, and also the price of gold, which in past times has been something people buy in times of panic.
Rory, in the City of London, thank you very much. And we will, of course, have more from the United States later in the programme, but let's have a look now at the day's other news. A French court has blocked a bid by Eurotunnel for the immediate closure of a refugee centre near Calais. The company had argued that the centre has become a magnet for asylum seekers trying to enter Britain illegally. They accused the French authorities of encouraging traffickers. Eurotunnel say they will appeal. Our correspondent John Sopel is in Sangatte.
Last night, like every night, the illegal immigrants were on the move, making the short walk from Sangatte to the tunnel entrance, biding their time, waiting for the right moment to make a jump for it. But this morning, unlike any other, Eurotunnel were taking the French government to court, demanding the immediate closure of the refugee centre.
The apparent passivity of the French government to act against the human traffickers who operate openly in the camp, creating the conditions that facilitate the passage of clandestines towards England, is worsening the conditions.
Eurotunnel, who are spending millions on security and daily are trying to make the incursions more difficult, have vowed to appeal against today's court ruling. Arguing to keep Sangatte open, lawyers for the French government somewhat extraordinarily wondered in court why all the media fuss about a simple disused warehouse, and said that closing it would be no solution.
They will stay here.
If it's closed, if you lose,
They will be in the street.
So Sangatte will remain open now that the legal avenues have failed. But tomorrow everything is due to move into the political arena, when David Blunkett is scheduled to meet his French counterpart. All sides agree that there's a problem, but finding a solution is proving more elusive. John Sopel, BBC News, Sangatte.
An Australian court has ruled that the government there must accept more than 400 asylum seekers who were refused entry after being rescued at sea by a Norwegian freighter. The judge said they were illegally detained when Australian troops boarded the ship. The Australian government is now set to appeal against the decision. New measures have been announced to try to prevent fresh outbreaks of foot and mouth disease when animals are transferred to lower ground in the colder weather. The government is introducing a strict licensing system for all animal movements, and tighter controls will be introduced in high-risk counties. Football, and Rangers are refusing to travel to Dagestan for their first round UEFA Cup tie because of fears about their players' safety. The club had wanted UEFA, European football's governing body, to move the fixture following advice from the Foreign Office to stay away from the area.
They're used to European tussles at Ibrox, but not with the authorities. 2 days before their UEFA Cup first-round match, Rangers are refusing to travel to Dagestan, refusing to put their players at risk. This is why. The Russian Republic lies just 100 miles from Chechnya. It's a region ravaged by war, with continual attacks on Russians and foreigners alike. And where Rangers have to go, Mahashkala, there was violence even last weekend.
My job is to ensure the safety of the travelling party, and we've received confirmation from the EFA that they believe they can guarantee safety. But if that means putting 2,500 security people, there must be an obvious concern.
Not enough concern, though, to persuade UEFA this match should be played elsewhere. When the Foreign Office advises strongly against flying to Dagestan, it's very difficult for Rangers to ignore that warning. And the fact is, there have been bombings and kidnappings there in the recent past. It's certainly not a clever place to be taking a football squad valued at around £70 million. The club has the backing of the fans as well. They'd prefer a fine and disqualification rather than take the risk.
I really feel that if it had been one of the so-called G12 clubs, the big clubs in Europe, this would not have happened. This game, I'm convinced, would have been moved 10 days, 2 weeks ago.
Any distant European tie can pose problems these days, but for the match with Anji Mahashkala, the dangers have little to do with football. David Eads, BBC News, Glasgow.
Well, let's return now to the United States and today's unprecedented terrorist onslaught, where thousands are now feared dead after a series of attacks in New York, Washington and beyond. President Bush, a few moments ago, apparently spoke for the second time about today's attack. He said that the principles of democracy would not be defeated and that the American nation would, he said, survive any attack.
I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
Well, let's get the latest now from the States and our correspondent, Jane Stanley. Jane, what is the latest information that you have for us?
Well, the information is not coming through very quickly, Hugh. As you can imagine, it's utter chaos here. People have really no idea what's going on. For example, behind me, where we can see the clouds of smoke coming from where the World Trade Center stood until this morning, people don't really know what's going on down there. All they know is that there are a lot of people, as we can see in the pictures you're seeing, a lot of people must have been working in that building already, and nobody knows where they are. We know that the hospitals here are treating people with very severe burns, as you'll be able to see ambulances rushing through the streets of New York, people unable to communicate with each other and check on their families, which is horrific, extremely sad and very upsetting for everyone here, and a feeling of what has happened? This cannot have happened. Did we collectively watch a film or a movie or something? This cannot have happened to us.
Jane, we heard the mayor of New York saying a short while ago that he thought countless numbers of people had lost their lives. Are they talking in any terms of numbers so that we can have an idea of the extent of this tragedy at all?
Only quite ridiculous numbers, really, that we had earlier on at 6 people confirmed dead and more than 1,000 injured. It's clearly going to be more what Mayor Rudy Giuliani said. It is very likely going to be thousands. There were 2 planes, for example, that collided with the World Trade Center. And, of course, that building, 50,000 people work in there every day. And we know, of course, the people in the top floors had very, very little chance of survival. And what about the people who were underneath when huge amounts of rubble started falling? Every vehicle that comes down here, the ambulances behind me, they're covered with a thick coating, like a coating of snow, 4 or 5 inches thick from when the rubble and the dust is falling on people. So still no idea of really how many people have died, but it's not going to make happy viewing for anyone.
Obviously, Jane, and of particular concern the fact that several passenger planes are apparently still reported unaccounted for.
Exactly. There is a great fear that these 2 planes that crashed here, the one into the Pentagon in Washington, that was not the extent of what happened here, that there are reports that F-16 fighter bombers are out looking for another plane that was believed to be en route to Washington. There's also the plane that crashed outside Pittsburgh in Philadelphia. It's unbelievable, the scale of this. People are asking questions about the security agencies. And myself, for example, I'm thinking, well, why was baggage sent on a plane that I was on a few weeks ago without the passenger accompanying it? There's all those kind of loopholes in American security that's going to warrant a huge investigation and a lot of recrimination after what we've seen today.
Jane, in New York, thank you very much for the time being. Well, now, it's time to have a look at our own weather picture, and with me today is Helen. Hello, Helen.
Hi Hugh, thank you. We've had a dry start to the week, but all of us will see wet and windy weather in the next 36 hours, and then following some pretty squally winds and a cool outlook. Now, the rain will arrive across western and northern parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland as we go through the night. It means it will be mild for most parts, and even though it may well start dry and bright across parts of England and Wales in the morning, already that rain, some rather miserable conditions across parts of Scotland, some heavy rain, driving rain, strong winds, which will slowly slip southwards through the day across England and Wales, perhaps escaping the far southeast until the evening, but following on behind there'll be a drier slot, but again some heavy showers with hail, with thunder, and increasingly squally winds here. So by the time we get to the evening, we could have potentially damaging gusts of wind as we see some west and northwesterly gales picking up for Northern Ireland and western Scotland. So the best temperature tomorrow around 15 to possibly 18 in the southeast, but we're keeping an eye on that weather because come Thursday we'll have those squally winds pushing showers across many parts. So a spell of wet and windy weather sweeping southwards tomorrow, followed by heavy showers and squally winds. That's the weather. Hugh, back to you.
Helen, thank you very much for that. And that's it from the 6 o'clock news. In a moment, a brief update on the news where you are, and then here on BBC One, there'll be more continuous coverage of events in America brought to you by BBC News 24. It's been a day of horrifying violence in the United States, a wave of terrorist attacks that began in New York and spread to Washington and beyond. Thousands are feared dead. There's still no word on who might have been responsible for the biggest terrorist onslaught ever seen. From the 6 o'clock team, goodbye.
Good evening. The repercussions of the terrorist attacks on Washington and New York are being felt here in Kent and Sussex. All flights to the United States from Gatwick were recalled or cancelled, and rescue teams here are on standby to help if needed. We can cross live now to our Gatwick and our transport correspondent Paul Seagard. Paul, what's the latest?
Well, we're outside the main departure point here at Gatwick Airport, and all day people arriving and departing have been in a complete state of shock. Important to point out that flights are leaving Gatwick. It's only those to America that have been cancelled for the next 48 hours. 2 flights were due to leave from here to America at 3 o'clock. They didn't take off. And 1 flight containing the Duke of York as one of its passengers, that was halfway across the Atlantic on its way to Atlanta, and that too had to turn back. Specialist crews from Kent and West Sussex Fire Brigades, they've been put on standby. They're the experts that go out to earthquakes looking for survivors. They've been told by the Home Office that they may have to fly out from Gatwick at a moment's notice to look for survivors at both New York and in Washington.
I gather you've had a chance to talk to some of the American passengers who turned up hoping to get flights. What sort of reaction have you been getting from them?
Yes, as I say, 2 flights were due to leave from Gatwick to America at 3 o'clock. They didn't take off. They've been taken to nearby hotels. They've been very stunned, and this is what they had to say.
It's horrified. I was just felt sorry for the people. We have relatives that are in that building, so very tough to talk.
Horrified. We were taken off a Continental flight, and I don't know how long we'll be here till we can get back home.
I'm very anxious. I also have a very dear friend in the Pentagon. I have no idea of his status as well.
Presumably, Paul, much heightened security there tonight.
Well, Sussex police say they are monitoring the situation, and as you saw in those earlier pictures, the police are armed. They always are here at Gatwick, and there's a higher presence than normal tonight.
Paul Seagard at Gatwick, thank you very much. A German van driver has been jailed for 9 months for smuggling 500,000 cigarettes into Dover. Werner Frenzel, who pleaded guilty, hid the cigarettes in boxes whose contents were labelled as photo albums. Customs officers say the haul would have been worth £60,000 on the black market. Police hunting a man who sexually assaulted a disabled woman on a commuter train say they're questioning a 21-year-old businessman. The man from Swanley in Kent went to the British Transport Police Station at Gravesend accompanied by his lawyer. He was questioned for several hours before being bailed to return next month. The people of Lewis, who suffered the worst flooding in England last year, have been hearing what's going to be done to make sure it doesn't happen again. They packed a meeting in the town last night and, as Siobhan Daniels reports, had plenty of questions for the Environment Agency and district councils.
Last year, parts of the southeast saw the worst flooding in 400 years. 800 homes were damaged at an estimated cost of £88 million. That's why last night the Environment Agency called a public meeting in Lewis to discuss its future plans for flood defences. Residents who turned out in force, though, are concerned that the agency's plans won't come to fruition.
Good evening. The United States has been hit by what's been described as the worst act of terrorism the world has ever seen. The World Trade Center in New York has been destroyed after 2 hijacked aircraft were deliberately flown into its twin towers at 2 o'clock this afternoon British time. President Bush said that freedom itself had come under attack. The death toll is still impossible to estimate, but the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, has spoken of a tremendous loss of life. A 3rd aircraft caused devastation after crashing near the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., and a 4th plane crashed near an airport in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. For the latest account of the day, here's John Andrew.
New York's World Trade Center just after 9 o'clock this morning, after it was hit by the first passenger plane.
Minutes later, a second aircraft ploughs into the other tower. Both buildings are packed with thousands of office workers. In slow motion, it's clear the second plane is heading directly for the building.
I don't know.
On the ground, shock, panic and disbelief.
Let's just get back. Get back. You with me, John?
I just think there's going to be another
A big explosion happened. Some guy came out, his skin was all off. I helped him out. This is him all over. There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific. I can't believe this is happening.
The first one we didn't see, but my coworker saw the plane hit number 2 World Trade, and we just saw people just falling, jumping out the window.
Our correspondent Steve Evans was in one of the Twin Towers when the first plane struck.
There was a huge bang. It felt to me like somebody dropped a skip full of rubbish, a great container full of rubbish from a very great height, in the yard which separates the two huge towers which are the World Trade Center. The building physically shook, but it's one of those things where you think, well, something's happened on a building site, that's the way it is. But seconds later, there were 2 or 3 similar huge explosions, and the building literally shook. You literally shook at the base of this building, at which point people came, I nearly said screaming. They weren't screaming. It was a mild panic, if you like. People simply saying, get out of here, get out of here.
Later, there was another huge explosion as one of the Twin Towers collapsed onto the streets below. Later, the second tower also came down, removing New York's 2 tallest buildings from the skyline.
I try to say people, the moment we heard a big explosion coming down, everything just went black. Everything came down, glass started popping, and people got hurt, stuff went on top of them, and it was a big explosion. Everything got dark, real dark, like snow. You can see behind me, oh, this is not snow, this is all from the building. It was a terrible nightmare.
Why? As New York's mayor, Rudolph Giuliani, hurried to the scene, it wasn't clear how many people had been killed and injured, but he believes a tremendous number of lives have been lost. It's believed the 2 aircraft were hijacked from Boston and that the tragedy was the result of a suicide mission. Nearly 160 people were on board the 2 planes. Just as America was absorbing the enormity of these events, a 3rd aircraft hit the Pentagon in Washington, symbol of America's military might. These and other government buildings, including the White House, were evacuated. Today's shocking events amount to the most audacious terrorist attack ever carried out, with as yet no clear idea of who was responsible. The World Trade Center was last bombed 8 years ago. 6 people died in that attack, the work of Islamic extremists. John Andrew, BBC News.
Now, just a quick update on 2 points of news. We're told that the Prime Minister, Tony Blair, will come out in about 20-odd minutes or so and will deliver a statement in Downing Street. And we have just received from the United States, from New York, more amateur footage, which shows, I believe, the moment, I haven't seen it, I'll be watching it with you for the first time, the moment when the second plane hit the second tower. Well, that's amateur video just in from the United States of at least one of the planes hitting one of the 2 towers of the World Trade Center at the southern end of Manhattan, the center of the financial district of New York, of the United States, and indeed of the world. Let's cross over live now to New York and our correspondent Jane Stanley, who's there. Jane, first of all, just describe the scene, where you are and what you have behind you.
Behind me is what was the World Trade Center. As you can see, it's just a huge plume of smoke and dust now, and we get very frequently through here, through the rest of the downtown district, ambulances heading uptown with their sirens blazing, and you can see that if they've been in the area any amount of time, they're just covered with like a thick carpet of what looks like snow, but that is the dust that's still falling and bits of rubble that are landing on the roofs of these emergency vehicles. But this area completely sealed. It's like a part of New York that no longer functions apart from for the access only to the members of the emergency services.
Now, we know from Mayor Giuliani, he's talking about a tremendous loss of life. Nobody obviously has any idea what the figures are, but perhaps you could give us just some idea of the scale of this building and indeed of this district in the United States.
Well, exactly. I mean, when you hear Mayor Giuliani say tremendous, people are then thinking that they will be lucky if this isn't into the thousands, because 50,000 people worked in what's now the plume of smoke, what was the World Trade Center every day. Americans tend to get to work early. It happened at 9 o'clock local time here in New York, so many of those people would have been at their desks. The whole area around that, the financial district, there's lots of subway lines, very high, big office buildings, all of them heavily populated with people. The pavements down there are just packed with people, and they would have been injured. There's no way of avoiding that conclusion. Some people would have been killed, surely, when debris was falling 110 floors of the World Trade Center when the planes collided with it.
Now, one prominent Republican senator from Washington, Senator Chuck Hagel, is saying this is the second Pearl Harbor. I don't think that I'm overstating this. I mean, is that the sense that you have on the streets of New York, that this feels like a city which has suffered an act of war?
I've seen people in tears. I've seen big, burly men, very efficient, professional-looking women, grandmas, people looking horrified, people in tears, people desperately trying to get in contact with their friends and family members, because the World Trade Center had some of the main cellular masts for the city, for the cell phone network, and then a lot of landlines have been knocked out. So people just can't actually get in contact with people and try and find out if their loved ones, their friends, their family are all safe. I mean, people have said to me, I watched it and it was like a movie. And that's very much an American, saturated with movie culture, but that was very much what it was like. You could not believe that this was happening. And then, of course, it got worse when the towers collapsed and the news from Washington. I think Americans feel very much under siege. They don't really know what has happened and who to blame for it, because clearly there were huge security lapses as well within their own security services.
Okay, Jane, we'll leave it there for the moment, but we'll obviously come back to you for updates throughout the broadcast. Thank you very much for joining us from New York.
Well, here in Britain, you may know, if you've been watching coverage, that Tony Blair made a statement about these atrocities when he was in Brighton at the TUC conference. He returned swiftly from Brighton to chair a special emergency cabinet meeting at 10 Downing Street. And indeed, this is the site now inside 10 Downing Street, because we are expecting the Prime Minister to talk to journalists very shortly, clearly still setting up there inside Downing Street. We are expecting him to talk in about 5 minutes or so. But while we wait for the Prime Minister to appear, let's get the latest from the world of British politics, political reaction to this. Our chief political correspondent, Nick Robinson, is outside 10 Downing Street. Nick, there's been an emergency meeting that broke up just a little earlier, hasn't there?
Ministers have just been leaving a meeting of what's called Cobra. It's essentially an emergency meeting of the Cabinet, called Cobra because it's the Cabinet Office briefing room. That's why it has that name. Attending that meeting were not just the Defence Secretary, the Chief of the Defence Staff, the Home Secretary, concerned of course about policing matters, airports and port security as well, the Foreign Secretary worried about the safety of British staff abroad, and of course British citizens both already abroad and travelling abroad, but also there, I'm now told, the Transport Secretary, concerns about aviation, the safety of transport too, the Health Secretary with his interest in the emergency services. So an opportunity there for the Prime Minister with officials and with ministers to assess any threat there might be to citizens both in the UK and British citizens abroad, and to make some sort of statement, which we expect very soon, on the security measures that he thinks are appropriate. My understanding is that there is obviously deep concern at these terrible events, but at the moment the mood inside Downing Street is not to have undue alarm about the security of Britons here in the UK, but that they will take appropriate measures to deal with any potential security threats there might be. Now, Jen, it's becoming a little bit clearer how the Prime Minister learned of this whole event. He was preparing his speech in the Grand Hotel, in a bedroom in the Grand Hotel in Brighton, and 24 Hour News was on in the corner, and he caught sight of the first pictures of the plane hitting the Trade Center in New York. They didn't instantly make a decision about calling off his speech to the TUC. At that stage, they believed it was an accident, but inevitably his advisors were caught by what was happening, and it soon became clear that this was a very serious terrorist attack. I was talking to a number of his advisors downstairs in the conference centre about what his speech would contain and told them the news of what was going on, and it was then that Downing Street took the decision that it would be inappropriate for Tony Blair to speak to the TUC. He waited a few minutes and made a statement to the Trade Union Congress explaining why he was pulling out of his big speech on the public services and on the economy, and instead expressed his horror at what had happened in the United States, and went on to say this mass terrorism is the new evil of our world today. And I imagine for Tony Blair, as well as his other ministers, nothing will ever be the same again for them in their jobs, as well as in their lives more generally.
Yes, Nick, and in terms of what we expect the Prime Minister to say in the next few minutes, I hear what you say about not wanting to be unnecessarily alarmed and alarmist, but they must be aware that the public, even here in Britain, will want a degree of reassurance as much as they can offer.
That's exactly right. I think that's why the Prime Minister will feel the need to make another statement in addition to the statement he's made already. We know that here in London that the security rating that is displayed as you walk into government buildings, I should explain, if you walk in for a meeting in a government building, there's a board up and it tells you what the state of security at any time is. Different colours are shown on these boards explaining what the level of security is, and this explains it to the staff in the building, whether they need to display their ID passes and so on and so forth. Now, we've been in situations in the past with threats of Northern Ireland terrorism where we've seen higher terrorism ratings in these buildings around Westminster than we are now. The Foreign Secretary has revealed in the Foreign Office, for example, it's gone up to what's called amber. Now, that isn't the highest security rating, so I think he will be trying to say, the Prime Minister, when he speaks to people, that yes, of course, preparations are being made, security measures are being taken, that people should be not needlessly alarmed. But of course, it's going to be a very busy night indeed for his advisors here, as well as for those people dealing with the issue of policing, of security, the Army, of course, and the Air Force too, taking measures, getting an assessment of what the level of threat is. Now, I'm told that the Prime Minister's officials have been in touch with the White House. He hasn't yet spoken to President George W. Bush, though.
OK, Nick, we'll leave you there for now. We'll be back to you shortly, of course. We'll return you to 10 Downing Street as soon as the Prime Minister emerges ready for his press briefing.
Breaking news just within the past few minutes from NATO headquarters in Brussels. NATO ambassadors have been called to an emergency meeting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, according to the NATO Secretary General George Robertson. We can check in also on Downing Street as we await the Prime Minister to appear, can we? Yes, there we are. There's the pictures of the inside of Downing Street where the Prime Minister will be making his statement. We expect within just a few moments. We'll obviously go over to that live as it happens. But first, let's go over to Washington and Rob Watson, who is in the center of the city, very close to the White House. And just again, describe the scene for us, if you would, Rob. That's the Pentagon, presumably, we can see burning behind you.
That's absolutely right. That is the Pentagon just to my left, where the smoke is still coming out some 3 or 4 hours or so since the aircraft crashed just into the building. Now, throughout the city, the bigger picture is that this has come, the capital of America has come to a complete standstill. And if the aim of these attackers was to bring the country to an economic and political halt, they have certainly succeeded. All around there is chaos, the streets are jammed with people, government workers who've been turfed out of their office buildings. There are still emergency vehicles making their way across the river to the Pentagon there.
Rob, we're going to have to cut you off. I'm sorry, Rob, but the Prime Minister has just strode into Downing Street. He's going to make a statement. Let's hear the Prime Minister.
The full horror of what has happened in the United States earlier today is now becoming clearer. It is hard even to contemplate the utter carnage and terror which has engulfed so many innocent people. We've offered President Bush and the American people our solidarity, our profound sympathy, and our prayers. But it is plain that citizens of many countries around the world, including Britain, will have been caught up in this terror. I have just chaired an emergency meeting of the British Government's Civil Contingencies Committee, and I would like to explain some of the measures that we have agreed to take here. There are a range of precautionary measures. We have stepped up security at airports to the highest levels. No flights will take off from the United Kingdom for which we cannot apply the highest standards of security for aircrew and passengers. Private flights have been stopped except where specifically authorized. Flight paths into London have been changed so there will be no civil overflights of central London. Security has been increased across the full range of government buildings and military premises. The police across the whole of the UK are on full alert. All our defence facilities around the world have been moved to high alert to ensure the protection of British service personnel. Advice is being given to major financial and business institutions about appropriate security measures. A number of other security measures have been taken, and of course we are in close touch with US, European and other allies, and are cooperating with them on issues of security. All relevant ministers remain in communication, and the committee, the Civil Contingencies Committee, will meet again tomorrow at 8 a.m. Obviously, some of these measures, not least the effect upon airports, will lead to some disruption, and I hope people understand that. But other than the specific measures we have taken, or that we have advised others to take, business and everyday life can continue as normal. As for those that carried out these attacks, there are no adequate words of condemnation. Their barbarism will stand as their shame for all eternity. As I said earlier, this mass terrorism is the new evil in our world. The people who perpetrate it have no regard whatever for the sanctity or value of human life. And we, the democracies of the world, must come together to defeat it and eradicate it. This is not a battle between the United States of America and terrorism, but between the free and democratic world and terrorism. We therefore here in Britain stand shoulder to shoulder with our American friends in this hour of tragedy. And we, like them, will not rest until this evil is driven from our world.
Tony Blair there at 10 Downing Street. Listening to that was our chief political correspondent, Nick Robinson, who's outside number 10. Nick, as we saw earlier in Brighton, the Prime Minister visibly moved by this.
Yes, you could see visibly when the Prime Minister came into the TUC and in that statement how affected he was, as frankly we all have been, as we've seen these horrendous pictures that have come in from the United States. He's not only moved in terms of his sympathy for what's going on, but you detect also a huge degree of anger as well, as you heard at the end, and a determination that this will not be thought by anybody to be an issue of America versus terrorism, as he put it, but the free and democratic world against terrorism. Now, this isn't the time for conversations even in the building behind me about how America might react. I'm told by Downing Street officials that although, of course, there's been contact between officials here and officials in the White House, it isn't the moment for Prime Minister to presidential contact. They wait to see when and if George Bush will find that valuable and helpful. But when and if that call does come, it's pretty clear from what Tony Blair has just said that he will, as he put it, stand shoulder to shoulder with America. And I suspect any reaction, any retaliatory strike they may wish to make once they've identified who was involved here. We also got a sense, of course, in that statement, Jane, of the measures that are going to be taken. Not a huge change, I wouldn't have thought, to everyday life here, but we may really see a difference as people try and travel out of the UK.
OK, Nick Robinson for now, outside 10 Downing Street. Thanks very much indeed. Well, if you are just joining us this evening, let me bring you up to date with what's been described as the worst act of terrorism the world has ever seen. You are watching here BBC News 24 and BBC One in a BBC News special on the day's events. I'm Jane Hill.
And I'm Hugh Edwards. Hello there. The World Trade Center in New York has been destroyed after two passenger aircraft that had been hijacked were apparently deliberately flown into the Twin Towers. Less than an hour later, another hijacked aircraft crashed near the Pentagon in Washington, causing massive devastation. There are reports, too, that a car bomb has exploded outside the State Department in Washington and that a plane has crashed north of Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. The mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, has spoken of a tremendous loss of life. There has been an anonymous call to Abu Dhabi television claiming that a group called the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine was behind the attacks on America, but that has since been denied by an official of the group. Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat has condemned today's attack and offered his condolences to the American people. Tony Blair, the Prime Minister, condemned the attack too, saying that mass terrorism was the new evil in our world today, perpetrated, he said, by fanatics. President Bush has ordered a full-scale investigation to hunt down the people who committed this act. Well, now then, let's join our reporters in the United States. Jane Stanley is in New York. But first, we'll go to Robert Watson, who's in Washington. Rob, what's the latest there this evening?
Well, as you can probably see just behind my left shoulder, the Pentagon, there's still smoke coming from the Pentagon following the aircraft crashing into the building. We know that we've had reports of fatalities there, of casualties, not sure how many. The broader picture is, Hugh, is that if this attack was designed to bring this country to a halt economically and politically, it certainly succeeded, because the United States government has been shut down. The White House, which is just to my right, that's been evacuated. All federal government buildings have been evacuated. They've shut the United States borders. All commercial flights are grounded. This is a city and a country in shock and at standstill.
Rob, when people talk about large numbers of people dead and injured, are they putting any more specific figures on them, even though this is an early stage? Some people earlier on were talking about thousands of people possibly dead. Are we still saying that?
I haven't heard any of the emergency services talking about figures, but I think if you have to look at how many people work inside the World Trade Center, has a capacity for about 50,000 people. In the Pentagon, there are approximately 10 to 20,000 workers in there. That is an awful lot of people in their offices. Another thing about the United States, both in New York and in Washington, people come to work early. And so when the planes hit the World Trade Center, that was at about 9 o'clock. The bomb that hit the plane that hit the Pentagon, that again shortly after 9 o'clock, there would have been a lot of people inside.
President Bush had some understandably strong and emotional words, Rob, and when he says that all resources are being channeled to find out who is responsible, we have to believe that that's a pretty serious investigation that he's launched.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt that all arms of the security services are now out hunting for who might be responsible. Interestingly, Hugh, there is one report on one news agency quoting a US official saying that they believe that these attacks were linked to a group that had ties to Osama bin Laden, of course, public enemy number one for the United States. Absolutely no confirmation of that from any other US officials or other agencies. And I think you have to say that at this moment, the United States security services are in a state of disarray, because what people are already beginning to ask is how come, with all of the United States sophisticated intelligence, law enforcement agencies knowing about the potential terrorist threats, why was none of this detected? Why was none of it anticipated?
Rob, for now, thank you very much indeed. Let's cross to Jane Stanley, who's in New York. Jane, when one sees the towers collapsing, as we have done several times by now, the World Trade Center, it's difficult to imagine the scale of that devastation. What can you tell us so far about the efforts that the emergency services are putting in? Because understandably, they'll be overwhelmed.
They are totally overwhelmed. As you can see behind me, this whole area of downtown Manhattan, where the twin towers of the World Trade Center were, is now a pure plume of smoke. It's sealed off. The emergency services, we know, are working hard. I don't know if you can hear yet another emergency vehicle. Most of them have very sadly been ambulances coming up the street further into Manhattan, almost like a feeling that the further you get away from it, the safer you are. And I saw crowds of people just traveling as fast as they could on foot, the subways closed, just trying to get away from this part of Manhattan. But the emergency services, in terms of hospitals, they're dealing with people with dreadful burns, they've said, and they're also appealing for emergency blood donors. And we've seen lines of people queuing up to donate blood and outside some of the hospitals.
One of the most disturbing elements, of course, still this evening, Jane, is the fact that some of the airline companies are saying they still have passenger planes unaccounted for. Now, I know that information is pretty scarce, but is there any latest word on that?
Not that I'm aware of. Information is the scarcest thing here. It's almost as if America's kind of withdrawn, certainly the arms of government and the emergency and security services have withdrawn into themselves just to try and get a grip on what's going on here and to try, obviously, to find out what went wrong, how this happened, and perhaps to catch those who might have been responsible in a wider group. But that whole area behind me, that's the heart of the world's financial district. It's the heart of New York. There's subway lines there that all go in. There's huge office buildings around there. People had to be moved from that area. There's going to be such incredible damage. But I think our first thoughts must go to however many hundreds, we don't know, even thousands of people could be still within the rubble there. The building, as Rob Watson said, the World Trade Center, had 50,000 people working in it. We don't know how many were in there at the time, but people do go to work early, and we just can't even think of what is going on down there.
Jane, the tragedy unfolding, as you so rightly say. Thank you very much indeed for that. And over in Washington, Rob, thank you very much too.
Well, let's pick up on that point about the airlines involved in today's atrocities. 2 airlines in America have confirmed that 4 of their flights have crashed today, although it's still not yet clear whether all of them are linked to the terrorist attacks. Well, the company American Airlines identified the 2 planes which hit the World Trade Center. One was Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles, which had 92 people on board. A second aircraft, Flight 77 from Washington to Los Angeles, had 64 people on board. Meanwhile, United Airlines said one plane with 45 people on board, that's Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco, crashed near Pittsburgh. And another of its aircraft, which has 65 people on board, was lost on its way on a flight from Boston to Los Angeles. United didn't know where Flight 175 had crashed. Well, live now to our correspondent Robert Hall, who is at Heathrow Airport. Robert, take us through the many the cancellations and delays that have resulted from all of this.
Well, I think the first thing to say is that the first thing that many people knew of what had happened, those people already in the air, was when their aircraft began to turn round and announcements were made over the public address system, because flights that were in flight, if they hadn't gone beyond the halfway point, which means that they had enough fuel to get home again, that's exactly what they did, and they have begun arriving back, and we expect more arrivals back here during the evening. Those few flights that had gone past the halfway point, they were asked to land at the nearest available airport on the other side of the Atlantic. That's today's disruption, and also one should say that in the great, compared with what is going on in the United States, disruption is something that almost seems irrelevant. But there is going to be severe disruption. There's going to be severe disruption because aircraft, crews, resources will end up in the wrong place. It's quite conceivable there'll be also disruption because of the changes to the flight paths into Heathrow. The Prime Minister a little while ago saying that there'll be no civilian flights over central London. A lot of people watching this will remember on a clear day coming right across central London. Clearly alterations will have to be made to those flight paths. That could alter things, particularly when at very busy times at Heathrow. That could alter the way in which aircraft are able to land here. It's interesting that the prevailing wind here is from the southwest, so an awful lot more aircraft do tend to be coming in from the east, and that situation could well lead to disruption. But as I say, it's all a bit of an unknown here. The people in the terminals, a lot of people gone home already, some people going to hotels wondering exactly what's going to happen next.
As you say, Robert, everyone caught up in this, in whatever country. This is entirely unprecedented. What are the authorities saying at Heathrow to people? Presumably just keep away.
Well, they are at the moment. Check with your airline. I think there's another point here, which is a lot of people will be very concerned about levels of security. We've noticed security stepped up here. There are more police patrolling. There is a sense of alert, if you like, around Heathrow, even at the airport hotels. We're speaking to you now from the roof of one of them. There is more attention being paid to security. We were asked to make sure gates were closed while we were up here to prevent other people coming up. I think that will clearly persist. Passenger confidence clearly is going to be knocked again by this incident, particularly probably amongst the many, many thousands of Americans who make that transatlantic crossing to visit Europe during the months. We're still at the back end of the tourist season now. So yes, I think again, a great deal of uncertainty, heightened security, people simply not knowing how long disruption will last, but in a way, taking in as they are the scale of the tragedy in the United States, somehow I think people being philosophical about it tonight.
OK, I know you'll keep us up to date for now. Robert Hall at Heathrow, thank you.
Now, if you've just joined us on BBC One, let me explain that this is a special BBC News report being brought to you by BBC News 24 on today's shattering events in America. The Foreign Office have now issued an emergency number for people concerned about relatives or friends who may have been injured in the attacks. Here's the number for you. It's 0207 008 0000. Once again for you, that's 0207 008 0000.
Well, let's reflect a little on all the day's events in the United States and the knock-on, of course, for the rest of the world. Our diplomatic editor, Brian Hanrahan, has been following events throughout the afternoon. Brian, it's still incredibly hard to take in. The questions of the day read like quite a simple list, really. Who, how, and why?
Well, we're beginning to get some idea of the who. The fingers of suspicion were pointed immediately at Osama bin Laden, a Saudi millionaire who has been, it is believed, behind many acts of terrorism, who is effectively at war with the United States. That was the immediate assumption. Now we have senior officials saying anonymously in the United States that they believe that his associates are involved. And I've just been looking back. Last month, a court in Los Angeles issued an indictment which alleged that Osama bin Laden had teamed up with a group of Algerian terrorists and were trying to bomb airports in the United States. And at that point, what they said, and this was the first time they'd done it, was they said Osama bin Laden had been forming alliances with other terrorist groups. That was the burden of the allegation, that he had become involved with them, he was training them, and he was helping them in order to go out and do their works. Now, what, if you like, the logic of that is that while he was helping them, he was drawing from them the right to call on them when he needed them. And they were suggesting that there is a network of groups which he has been training in Afghanistan, how to carry out various terrorist acts using his money and his influence to help them, and this would be an attack which would allow him to call in those favors and say, now I've trained you, I want you to come and do something for me. And the point about this attack is it is very sophisticated, very well planned, utterly ruthless, and it seems to me that what we have got at the bottom of this are suicide pilots. People who are pilots who are able to fly planes who are willing to kill themselves. Now that is an extraordinary degree of sophistication. Suicide bombers are often people taken from villages who are trained, who are psyched up, if you like, to be willing to kill themselves in order to save the cause. To get someone who can learn to get a pilot's license and fly a United States airliner under these circumstances and is willing to kill themselves suggests that an awful lot of different groups are pooling their resources, and that appears to be what's behind this.
And if you've got that degree of, for want of a better word, sophistication in your planning and your ability to draw on those sort of resources, there is nothing that any state, any person can do to guard themselves against it.
Well, there are things that can be done against them. I mean, there are standard precautions which are run on almost every airline around the world to vet people getting on board to make sure they don't have weapons, perhaps to have security guards. If you travel on an Israeli airliner, there are security guards on board who will fight you if you get up and try to take control of the airliner. And that's the reason for it, because they expect that. The United States have been relatively immune from this kind of terrorism, certainly from hijackings and people trying to take over planes. And I have to say their precautions have always struck me as fairly light. I mean, because they have little experience of it, it's not something they feel they necessarily have to do. And remember, there are thousands, I mean hundreds of thousands of flights in the United States, people fly like we catch buses much more. They hop around the place on short-haul airliners, on and off, without showing passports or going through formalities. They get on and off easily. They don't want lots of checks and rigor to make sure their baggage is all right and they haven't got knives or guns in their pockets. And that seems to have come unstuck on this occasion.
And the targets that were chosen today, as you say, utterly ruthless and maximum loss of life, but also symbolic targets.
Tremendously symbolic. The World Trade Center, if you like, the centerpiece of America's economic wealth and the reason it dominates the world, because it is an extraordinarily wealthy country. And the Pentagon, the center of military power. Those are, if you like, the two most symbolic places they could have gone short of the White House. And probably the reason they haven't gone for the White House is we know that the White House, after a previous attempt to put a light aircraft into it, had now installed some kind of anti-aircraft defenses. But it doesn't look like these other buildings had anti-aircraft defenses. And indeed, that is perhaps where you're right. What can a normal, ordinary democratic society do? Is it going to surround every building with anti-aircraft defenses just in case this happens?
Okay, Brian Hanrahan, for now, many thanks.
Now, the Pentagon has just issued a statement about the damage to its building in Washington.
There were intense fires following the aircraft's impact into the building. Arlington Search and Rescue personnel are just now, and it's about almost 2 o'clock, just now gaining access to portions of the building where the plane hit because the fires were too intense. The fires are still burning in the Pentagon, at least in that vicinity. We have a variety, too many to even mention, of local first responders, fire departments, police departments, you name it, that have rushed to the aid of the Pentagon here and the people. Each of the military departments is working to set up an 800 toll-free number where family members can call to find out the status of their loved ones. As soon as we have those phone numbers, we will give them to you. I would ask for your help, please, in getting those numbers out as far and wide and quickly as possible so that we can alleviate some of the concern for individuals who have loved ones that work in the Pentagon. I don't have a feel for the extent of damage to the building, but it was significant. And again, fires are still burning, at least in several places in the building. That's about what I know. I'll try to answer some of your questions, but you're going to have a lot more questions than I have answers.
We have
the individual right here.
What did you see and hear and feel, if anything, and how did you respond?
Well, despite the size of the Pentagon building, many in the building felt a thud and heard kind of a muffled explosion. And it was, at that point, the Defense Protective Service, the fire department, others took off for action to the impact point in the building. The building was very quickly evacuated. People were sent as far away from the building as possible. Many people were sent home. And again, with a request, please call your loved ones right away to let them know you're okay. People were, again, sent as far away from the building as possible. We didn't know what might happen next, and the fire was burning very fiercely at that point in time. Greg, go ahead. No, I sense no panic. People were moving very quickly for the exits to the building, but it was all very controlled.
You knew where Mr. Rumsfeld was?
I'm sorry, say that again.
The FBI handling this exclusively, or is there any military organizations that are helping with the investigation?
Well, I'm sure the FBI will probably have the lead on this as any domestic sort of circumstance. We will assist wherever possible, but right now our focus is on controlling the fires in the building, taking a head count of the injured, making sure families are notified. That's our priority right now.
What steps were taken this morning?
Do you expect the casualties to be in the hundreds or thousands based on what you know about that part of the Pentagon?
A very good question. I don't have any sense of scale at all. We know there are casualties. I can't give you a good number, and we're going to work to try to get that as quickly as I can, but we don't have it yet.
What steps were taken?
Was it an airliner? Was it hijacked? Do we know what airline? Do we know whether it was loaded with passengers?
Well, the question was, do I have any information?
Well, that was the latest from the Pentagon just a few moments ago. Our coverage, of course, continues here on BBC One and on BBC News 24 of the bewildering events today in America. Let's get some insight now into the possible causes of this attack. I'm joined in the studio with me by the Middle East expert Hajir Timurian. Welcome. Lots of people pointing the finger at possible Middle Eastern sources here. Do you think that's right or wrong?
I'm almost certain it is. We believe it's quite clear that America's own extreme right does not have this sort of expertise, this sort of determination, this sort of money. It seemed as if the pilots were themselves the terrorist bombers. In other words, the terrorist bombers had been trained in piloting jet aircraft. Now, who would have this sort of money and this sort of determination? Definitely Osama bin Laden would have lots of money and the hatred of America and the West. Saddam Hussein, nobody talks about him. He would love to have done something like this. And the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine 2 weeks ago swore revenge on America because its leader was rocketed to death by the Israelis. So there's a great deal of hatred of Western civilization. It reminds me of that book by that influential American commentator Samuel Huntington a few years ago. He wrote a book called Clash of Civilizations. He said that sooner or later in the modern world, when civilizations come into close contact, extremists will go to war. Today it felt like War of the Worlds.
You mentioned several groups there. The Palestinian group you mentioned has already said today that it had nothing to do with this and was not capable of mounting this kind of attack. The Taliban in Afghanistan, where Osama bin Laden is at present, has said that they don't think that he has the capability. You disagree with that?
They've always said that about Osama bin Laden because they're harboring him. He is possibly behind the assassination attempt on the other day on the Afghan opposition leader, Ahmad Shah Massoud. He's in alliance with them, working together with them, giving them a lot of money. They are afraid of, for example, American cruise missiles now on the headquarters of the Taliban itself. Not long ago, the Americans tried to kill him in Afghanistan by cruise bombing his own headquarters, but he wasn't there. Definitely, they'll be under pressure to do something spectacular now.
I was going to ask you about that. If they decide that Osama bin Laden is responsible, what kind of response would you expect from President Bush?
I think that cruise bombing parts of Afghanistan would be the minimum I would expect.
The minimum?
But because Afghanistan is so primitive, so backward, so landlocked, you cannot reach it with large numbers of troops. You would have possibly to send paratroopers in, but above all, the best way of pressurizing the Taliban would be to pressurize the government of Pakistan, who have been arming them secretly, giving them money, in order that Afghanistan one day will serve as the conduit for Central Asian oil to the ocean through Pakistan. So they are really the creators of the Taliban.
We're mentioning Osama bin Laden all the time. Is there any other credible alternative that you can think of?
I cannot think of anybody else apart from these three. Osama bin Laden, the multimillionaire Saudi, Saddam Hussein, who is giving lots of money to various organizations to get at America and the West and Britain too, and the DFLP, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine.
Now, we've had emergency meetings in Downing Street today, emergency meetings across the world in government headquarters. How likely is it, you think, that strong allies of the United States have reason to fear?
This has come very, very late. People like me have been saying you've got to be more determined, not so spineless when it comes to controlling your borders. The other day, one of our newspapers here was warning us that Saddam Hussein is planning to send suicide bombers with biological weapons in the guise of asylum seekers. 450,000 new people settled in Britain today, last year. The world is changing.
And we've seen nothing like this, have we?
Well, I've been commenting on the Middle East, many outrages for 30 years. I've seen suicide bombers in their own lairs in Beirut of the Hezbollah. Nothing like this has been so full of the emanation of evil. From now on, I fear, Hugh, that in the eyes of the world, evil will have a Middle Eastern face for many, many years.
Well, very disturbing words, but Hajir Timurian, thank you very much for talking to us.
You've been watching a BBC News special here on BBC News 24 and BBC One. That's it from me, Jane Hill, and Hugh Edwards.
Now, coverage will continue with Gavin Esler and Carrie Gracie shortly on BBC Two, and throughout the evening, of course, here on BBC News 24. Now, let's take a look back at some of the disturbing images, unforgettable images, and the reaction from eyewitnesses from America throughout the day.
Let's just get back. Get back.
What is it? They just think there's going to be another explosion.
Try to save people. The moment we heard a big explosion coming down, everything just went black. Everything came down, glass are popping, people got hurt, stuff went on top of them, and it was a big explosion. Everything got dark, real dark, like snow. You can see behind me, oh, this is not snow, this is all from the building. It was a terrible nightmare.
Big explosion happened. Some guy came out, his skin was all off. I helped him out. This is him all over. There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific. I can't believe this is happening.
We heard a big bang, and then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere, and people were jumping out the windows.
I was in One World Trade Center.
And what was it like in there? Did they start evacuating?
Yeah, as soon as it got hit, I was thrown to a window. So I was very lucky to get out. There's a lot of people that didn't get out. There's a lot of people coming down the stairs, burnt up. It's bad.
I was on the 36th floor of Building 1. All of a sudden, it was like an earthquake. Just shook. The building was shaking. Then I saw chunks of debris just falling down because I was close to the window. It was unbelievable.
I'm coming down 6th Avenue. All the people traffic was running up. And I'm looking up, I'm trying to call the station, trying to find where we are. And I look up and the tower just starts crumbling down. And everybody in the street just stops and started crying and bawling. And I'm standing next to a fireman, he said, yeah, they just bombed the Pentagon too.
Yes, I was in the traffic on the 14th Street Bridge, right at the Pentagon, tied up going into town. And I heard this plane come over my head. It was really low.
What size plane?
It sounded like a small plane, but it was very, very low. And the next thing I know, there was this tremendous explosion as it hit the Pentagon. I looked over, and the smoke started coming up. Pieces of the plane and pieces of the Pentagon were falling onto the 14th Street, onto the Shirley Highway.
It was terrible. It was terrible. A tragic day today.
Did you know how easy it is to watch almost all your favorite BBC programs with subtitles? From award-winning drama and comedy to films, sports coverage, and the local and national news. You can find subtitles for all sorts of programs on CFAX page 888. Or if you're a digital viewer, simply select subtitles from the menu. Log on to bbc.co.uk/info for more details.
I think the Great North Run's one of those events which are very unique in sport. I'm always really proud when I watch the race because I grew up around where the course is. I ran so many miles in training down various parts of the course. It just has its own atmosphere. And there's such a positive feeling, a sense of doing good as well as achievements. It kind of sums up the spirit of the Northeast. It's synonymous with the people.
The Great North Run, Sunday morning from 9, live on BBC One.
It's the best feeling in the world.
Because of today's news events, there have been some changes to the schedule tonight here on BBC One. We're sorry we've been unable to bring you Holiday You Call the Shots.
We know more about the surface of the moon than the seas around us. Yet they cover 70% of our planet. Now, for the first time, we've dedicated an entire series to life underwater. After 5 years in the making, we go further out and deeper down to show you things that have never been seen before. The Blue Planet starts tomorrow at 9 on BBC One. Until now, we've only touched the surface.
Some things are just too good to change.
Luckily for the team, wow, most things aren't.
Watch it!
The World Trade Center, wondering if the building above was safe. The unthinkable was about to happen. The South Tower, all 110 stories, collapsed, and it was all live on American television.
Thanks very much,
completely collapsed.
The whole side has
The
collapsed?
whole building has collapsed.
The whole building has collapsed?
The building has collapsed.
That's the southern tower you're talking about.
Exactly. The second building that we witnessed the airplane enter.
On the ground, emergency services hardly knew which way to turn. People still trapped in the second tower had seen it all and could only wave in desperation. But it was already too late for rescue. The second tower, representing America's trade and wealth, was about to go. The Twin Towers, which took 7 years to build, had been utterly destroyed in a single morning. The Manhattan skyline and countless lives devastated.
Big boom, come down the steps, everything fine till we got to the basement, and then everything just fell in. I got trapped under there with another guy, crawled out, kept getting hit in the head, bags floated around. Finally, we clawed our way out over the rubble. Come on down. We did all right. All right, way to be, Tom. Let's go.
Even the bloodied felt incredibly lucky on this terrible day. And firefighters could embrace each other for a few moments before facing many more hours of trauma. As New York struggled to cope, to adapt to the clogging dust, the fallout of so much tragedy, more news was coming in, a fourth crashed airliner in Pittsburgh. And somehow American government seemed almost powerless amidst all this. The centers of that power had been evacuated, key congressional leaders taken to secret locations, the president himself whisked to a nuclear bunker in Nebraska, shaken but pledging somehow to find those who masterminded this day of mayhem and massacre.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Hours after the attacks, the United States, the whole world, is struggling to take it all in. There's really no more rescue the firemen can seriously attempt. It's now a question of salvage amid the wreckage, as others in New York try to establish how many men, women and children have been lost. A priest picks his way through the New York ruins. The World Trade Center has been reduced to the stumps of skyscrapers that once helped define one of the world's most vibrant cities, normally loud with life. An entire society feels itself violated by terror. James Robbins, BBC News.
Our New York business correspondent, Stephen Evans, was in the World Trade Center when the planes hit the towers. Stephen was telling a local New York television station what he'd seen when, during the interview, one of the towers collapsed behind him.
We had that big explosion from much, much lower. I don't know what on earth caused that. The thing that strikes me is, one, the terribleness of the incident, whatever the cause, and we don't go into the politics, but whatever the cause, the terribleness, the hugeness of what's happened. So huge, in fact, that most of the people around
simply can't understand what happened. People were just standing around, talking to each other, nodding their heads. Oh my God. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. Oh my God. We gotta go. Right, well, sorry, it's going down. It's going down. Don't worry, it's going down. It's going okay from here. But you need to shoot. Sorry, it's not like... Quick! Over here! Get in! Don't go into a building. Right, no game. Right, come on, come in. Get this. Get this. We're good here. We're good here. We're good here. We're good here. We're good here.
And Stephen Evans joins us now in New York. Stephen, first, there's news that another building has collapsed. Can you confirm it?
I can't confirm that anything has collapsed, but all I can confirm is that all the buildings in that complex, that vast complex that normally employs 50,000 people, must be tottering. I think we can bring you pictures of the scene as it is now, and you will see dust everywhere. What strikes me about the pictures is that a lot of the emergency vehicles have got dust and debris on top of them, and that's because they arrived there very, very quickly indeed, and then new buildings collapsed, new devastation was caused. I don't think anybody really knew how that structure, nor could anybody know how those structures would react to an aircraft, two aircraft flying into them. So the thing now is that nobody quite knows what's underneath that debris.
How long did it take people to realize how serious the situation was, that the buildings were doomed? When you were down there when you heard the first impact, how long did it take people to catch on that they had to get out?
It took people, people immediately knew they had to get out. People immediately knew that there was something serious going on, but actually you didn't know how serious. I didn't know how serious until, what are we now, 9 hours later. It is sinking in very, very slowly. One of the things, as I said, that happened was people got out and then simply stood at the base thinking, well, we've evacuated the building, therefore we're safe. And then literally hundreds of ambulances arrived on the scene, fire engines, whatever, and parked in that complex. One of the questions I think that will arise is how many people have died, if you like, in the aftermath of the accident. There is, if you like, a psychological aftermath to the accident as well. You might be able to see behind me Times Square, which is normally one of the busiest parts of this city. It is deserted now, partly because it's been closed off to traffic so that ambulances can get up and down this island, ferrying people wherever they need to be ferried. But also, people, I think, have gone home. It's a cliche in these events, if we've ever had an event like this one, that people are shocked and stunned. But they are. The few people who are down there are simply looking up at boards with the latest news and not saying very much indeed.
Stephen Evans, thank you. It may be at least 24 hours before there's any accurate estimate of how many have died in the attack, but the mayor of New York said tonight the death toll would be more than any of us could bear. He also appealed for blood donations for the injured, who've been taken to 170 hospitals across New York.
Rescue workers overwhelmed by their task. For New York, this was a nightmare come true. The scale of the carnage remains unclear, but it's possible that many thousands of people may have been killed. It's still too dangerous for the authorities to search the rubble that was the World Trade Center. The National Guard has been sent in to relieve exhausted firemen. The hospitals are overwhelmed.
All right, well then let's go north then.
For a while, the city's mayor Giuliani was himself trapped in the emergency control center, which was close to the towers. Later, he said the city's hospitals had been coping with more than 2,000 injured, but it's clear there's much more bad news to come.
Good afternoon. The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately, and I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible.
As survivors walked around days, no one could be sure how many did not escape before the towers collapsed. Some estimate as many as 20,000 could still have been inside. Across America tonight, families will be coming to terms with untold grief. Within a couple of hours of the attack, volunteers were queuing to give blood at this Red Cross centre after the city's hospitals reported a critical shortage. Red Cross shelters are also being set up, offering support to the injured and bereaved. In Washington, rescue workers tended to hundreds of defense staff. After the Boeing 757 had crashed into the Pentagon, there was an orderly evacuation from the rest of the building. But nearly 5 hours later, the flames were still too intense to allow rescue in some affected areas. Again, the death toll is uncertain.
I don't have any sense of scale at all. We know there are casualties. I can't give you a good number, and we're going to work to try to get that as quickly as I can, but we don't have it yet.
America is in shock. As well as the casualties on the ground, 266 died on board the 4 aircraft. But everyone knows that that is just the start. The full horror of what's been done to this resilient nation will take time to sink in. Neil Dixon, BBC News.
And I'm joined from Washington by our correspondent, Tom Carver. Tom, what news from the seat of government tonight? Is the President back at the White House?
Not yet, no. He is flying back at the moment from an Air Force base in Nebraska, where within the last half hour he convened his National Security Council. He was on the phone. Dick Cheney was in the Situation Room underneath the White House with Condoleezza Rice, his National Security Advisor. A number of things came out of that. The National Guard in various places has been mobilized. The borders of America have been sealed, and forces around the world, American forces, are on the highest state of alert. Here in Washington, I should say that it really feels like the Capitol has been sealed off. Air Force One will be the only plane that will be allowed in here for the next 12 hours. Congress has been evacuated, so have all the federal buildings, and behind me here is the smoke from the Pentagon, which is still burning.
How is Congress and the Washington establishment reacting? What are they all saying the President should do? I gather he's going to broadcast later tonight. What has he got to say to satisfy them?
Well, the mood here, I would say, is a mixture of astonishment and anger. A number of congressmen are calling this a second Pearl Harbor and demanding immediate retaliation. I spoke within the last 20 minutes to an intelligence source, a senior member of the intelligence community, who said, we are at war at this particular moment in our history. Obviously, there are a lot of other people who are also calling for calm, but at the moment, that calm is not really being felt.
Tom Carver, thank you. Worldwide condemnation of the attacks has been swift, and so too have been the denials of guilt. Those responsible will have had money and resources that are available to only a few terrorist organizations, and the focus of the investigation into America's worst breach of security will inevitably fall on Islamic and extremist groups. As George Ekin reports, it will be those responsible for previous attacks on US interests around the world who will come under closest scrutiny.
To some, the horror and carnage inflicted on the United States today is a cause of celebration. This was the Arab quarter of Jerusalem, where many showed their approval of a day of unprecedented terror in America's backyard. A claim of responsibility was reported from one Palestinian group, but then swiftly denied. The Palestinian leader condemned the attacks.
We are completely shocked, unbelievable.
Investigators hunting the organizers will first consider these were airborne suicide missions on a scale not seen since the Second World War.
I think it's almost impossible to believe that a hijacker could convince an American domestic airline pilot to commit suicide by flying into the World Trade Center. I have absolutely no doubt at all they had trained pilots. We know in the past that they've had pilots who have been perfectly capable of flying aircraft, and this can only be the only, I think, answer to this. American pilots would not do this, but Arab fundamentalists may well be prepared to.
And it's this wealthy Arab fundamentalist that American officials are already naming as an immediate suspect, Osama bin Laden. He controls and finances Al-Qaeda, an umbrella network of Islamic militants, and he's vowed to destroy the United States. Bin Laden is accused of masterminding a string of attacks, including the US embassy bombings in East Africa 3 years ago, which killed more than 200 people. In retaliation, the Americans fired cruise missiles at training camps used by bin Laden in Afghanistan. They put a $5 million price on his head, and led a worldwide crackdown on Al-Qaeda.
The Osama bin Laden...
Afghanistan's ruling Taliban, which continues to offer bin Laden sanctuary, insists he isn't capable of carrying out attacks like today's. But bin Laden is suspected of involvement in the last attack on the World Trade Center 8 years ago. 6 people died when a bomb exploded in an underground car park. His associate, Ramzi Youssef, was jailed for that, and for plotting to blow up a dozen American airliners over the Pacific, a plan which in some respects foreshadowed today's terror. While the possibility isn't being excluded, no one's suggesting that the devastation of such high-profile international targets like the Pentagon and the World Trade Center is domestic terrorism. The sophistication of today's attacks with highly trained perpetrators and their synchronization to occur within 2 hours point towards months, if not years, of preparation. Does all this mean then that a rogue state might be involved? Some experts are skeptical.
Countries have realized that as governments, their involvement in terrorism has cost them more than it's gained them. And so there are very few countries left who are in the real terrorism business. Obviously, some governments fund groups that may conduct terrorist acts, but that's very different than actually providing government support for it.
State condolences flood in, yet it seems highly unlikely, if not impossible, that the biggest and bloodiest terrorist operation ever could have been planned and prepared without a single government around the world even noticing. George Eakin, BBC News.
And we're joined now by our World Affairs editor, John Simpson, who's in Islamabad, and from Jerusalem by Orla Gearin. But John Simpson first. John, you've just been in Afghanistan, across the border, where you spent the last week. Bin Laden is supposed to be holed up there. Has he, in your view, got the resources and the organization to carry out an attack of this complexity?
Yes, I think he has. He's got, we know, the fanaticism, he's got the followers, he's got the money, and he's got, frankly, the imagination to do it. He has something like 2,000 men in training camps in Afghanistan. Most of them, perhaps almost all of them, Arabs from countries like Algeria, Saudi Arabia, from Egypt. The best ones are selected off. The others simply go and fight in Afghanistan's own war. But the best ones are given special training. There's a camp, it said, near Jalalabad, where people have heard gunfire in the mornings, in particular, which may be one of those training camps. It's difficult to know. And he certainly does have the organization. After all, only 2 or 3 days ago now, 2 Arabs really using the cameras and so on, which were booby-trapped, managed to kill an extremely well-guarded figure of the Afghan opposition. They were traveling on Belgian passports, and I think the chances are that anybody who's operating in this part of the world will have easy access to passports, easy access to different forms of transportation right around the world, and they show their determination to do it.
John, if America wanted to go after bin Laden and his followers, they decided they were the target, how difficult would it be to hit at them?
Well, it's easy enough to hit at Afghanistan, and I do think it's important to draw the distinction between the Taliban government in Afghanistan, who are bin Laden's hosts, not perhaps all that willingly his hosts, and the man himself. I think it's frankly going to be extraordinarily difficult for the Americans to hit him. He's got his own peculiarly difficult and complex system of communications, which they simply can't break into. I think, frankly, they'll if they're going to attack, if they decide that the attack has come from there, they'll hit Afghanistan very hard. They'll hit the hosts, but frankly, I doubt very much whether they'll get the guest.
John Simpson in Islamabad, thank you. Orla Gearin in Jerusalem, who do the Israelis think did it?
Well, for the moment, for Israel, Osama bin Laden is also the prime suspect, although what intelligence experts are talking about here is not bin Laden alone. They're not convinced that he has the infrastructure and the capability to pull off such a sophisticated attack that was coordinated so precisely. So what they're talking about is bin Laden plus, bin Laden operating with the support of another state, speculation focusing on Iran perhaps or Iraq. although so far there is no proof of that. But certainly the presumption here is that this is Islamic extremists outside of Israel rather than on the inside.
How do you square Mr. Arafat's condemnation of this atrocity with the jubilation we've seen on Palestinian streets?
Well, to be fair to Yasser Arafat, I think he seemed to be genuinely as stunned and flabbergasted as the rest of us by these events. Yes, we did see some celebrations taking place, and those scenes were quite horrific, but I think we have to put that in its context. We have not had mass spontaneous rejoicing across the West Bank and Gaza. In fact, most areas have been very quiet. I think the majority of Palestinians, like the majority of people everywhere, have been inside their houses, glued to their television sets, with increasing degrees of horror as they watch the events unfold. And I think that many Palestinians have been down on their hands and knees, praying that this is nothing to do with them and that they won't be asked to pay any price for it.
All Agir in Jerusalem, thank you. Here, the Queen expressed her total shock at the terrorist outrages and sent her sympathy to President Bush. And the Prime Minister said Britain stood shoulder to shoulder with the United States in the fight against the terrorists. He announced that government and military buildings here had been placed on alert and that a series of measures were being imposed to step up aviation security across Britain's skies.
Here in Britain, a dramatic curtailing and rerouting of flights are among the measures agreed by the Prime Minister. Tony Blair spent more than an hour closeted with senior cabinet colleagues, officials and intelligence advisors.
We have stepped up security at airports to the highest levels. No flights will take off from the United Kingdom for which we cannot apply the highest standards of security for aircrew and passengers. Private flights have been stopped except where specifically authorized. Flight paths into London have been changed so there will be no civil overflights of central London. Security has been increased across the full range of government buildings and military premises.
But the bigger political question for Mr. Blair was how closely he wanted to associate Britain with the United States at a dangerous moment. There was no shred of doubt about that.
This mass terrorism is the new evil in our world. The people who perpetrate it have no regard whatever for the sanctity or value of human life. And we, the democracies of the world, must come together to defeat it and eradicate it. This is not a battle between the United States of America and terrorism, but between the free and democratic world and terrorism. We therefore here in Britain stand shoulder to shoulder with our American friends in this hour of tragedy. And we, like them, will not rest until this evil is driven from our world.
Earlier, domestic British politics was virtually put on hold as news of the attacks broke. Mr. Blair aborted a major set-piece speech on his policies at the TUC conference in Brighton, opting instead for a brief, shocked statement before rushing back to London, while the outgoing Tory leader, William Hague, announced a 24-hour delay in the counting of votes for his successor.
In the light of these events and in consultation with the candidates for the party leadership and the returning officer, I have decided to cancel the party meeting that was scheduled to take place tomorrow to greet the new party leader as a mark of respect for those who have lost their lives.
The new opposition leader, Ken Clarke or Ian Duncan Smith, will now be revealed on Thursday. It's clear that these attacks mean more intrusive security in Britain and a closer interest in some of the dissident groups based here in London. But the bigger question tonight is just what Tony Blair means when he promises that the democracies will eradicate mass terrorism. The world's security system and Britain's place in that system are already changing shape tonight. Andrew Marr, BBC News, Westminster.
Today's attacks, which began with hijackings in Boston, will lead airlines around the world to review their security. Recent bombings in London mean that Britain is already on a heightened state of terrorist alert.
This evening, parts of the UK are on their highest security level for many years. Military activity at US bases here is visibly more intense. At British bases too, the security awareness level has been raised to amber, the second highest category there is. The raft of measures announced tonight will immediately affect our everyday lives, all because we're allies of America and are not immune to risk.
Since the end of the Cold War, the UK has very much shifted to wars that are conducted abroad, whether that's in West Africa, East Timor, or indeed in the Balkans. Wars of choice. What this indicates is that wars and conflicts are not outside our own national territory, and that sometimes they come home and affect us, the individual.
In response to events in America, the London Stock Exchange was evacuated, along with other prominent buildings. Elsewhere in the city, communications with the States failed. Workers could only watch in horror as events unfolded.
Yeah, you should be giving CR24 number to anyone who wants ongoing.
Control Risks advises businesses on how to minimize the risk of terrorist attack. Tonight, its message to increase security was taken up by thousands of private companies and by the government.
You're going to see all prestige buildings are going to be much more determined in their access control measures, in the movement of staff in and out of buildings. People who are travelling have got to expect they're going to meet a higher degree of checks than they've ever seen before.
All flights to the USA have been suspended indefinitely. More stringent checks have tonight been introduced at UK airports and security is being reviewed. It's already tougher than on domestic flights in America, where experts say airlines have resisted tighter, time-consuming precautions.
The domestic point has been known by anybody who knows anything as America's weakest point, and this has just proven it in the most horrific way possible.
In London, some police leave's been cancelled and hundreds of extra officers drafted in as the city's put on heightened alert. It's the same abroad. But even as Americans at embassies worldwide mourn the dead, the Foreign Office here warns there could be further atrocities and says British citizens travelling to Muslim countries should be particularly vigilant. Margaret Gilmore, BBC News.
The World Trade Center was among the world's most famous landmarks, a giant monument to the power of global business and the market economy. The complex was the size of a small city. Tens of thousands of people worked there. But its architects never imagined it would need to withstand the kind of attack seen today. Here's Fergus Walsh.
The Twin Towers of the World Trade Center dominated the skyline of Lower Manhattan. When the World Trade Center opened in 1973, they were briefly the tallest buildings in the world. They were also potent symbols of global commerce and world prosperity. Looking at these archive pictures, it's hard to believe they've been reduced to nothing more than rubble. They were quite simply enormous. Each tower was 1,350 feet tall, 110 stories high. The World Trade Center was the largest commercial complex in the world, effectively a mini-city. 50,000 people worked inside. 90,000 visited the building every day. 1,200 companies had offices there, including American Express, Salomon Brothers and Deutsche Bank. There were also scores of international trade organizations. Below ground was a huge shopping complex and even a subway station carrying thousands of people to and from the center. So how could this have happened within an hour of the impact, the towers collapsing to the ground? Unlike most conventional skyscrapers, the towers had no interior columns to give them strength. It was the exterior walls which bore most of the load, and so the direct attacks were enough to weaken them and make them topple. This image is like a scene from a Hollywood disaster movie, yet it was happening for real. Fergus Walsh, BBC News.
Within the last hour, the New York Stock Exchange has said it will be closed tomorrow. The effects of today's attacks are already being felt throughout world markets. I'm joined now by our business editor, Jeff Randall. Jeff, has a major financial centre ever taken a blow like this before?
No, I don't think so, Peter. It's inconceivable to think of anything like this happening around the world. I mean, since the Second World War, we've had some pretty horrible shocks. We've had the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the Falklands War, but this strikes right at the heart of the American financial system. I mean, these towers were in the area known as Wall Street. This is America's financial system being hit hard, and it's really brought home the full horrors of terrorism.
Will they be in any hurry to reopen?
No, I don't think so. We've said that they won't be opening tomorrow. I'd be amazed if they open within a week, frankly. It's not just a question of fixing broken systems. It's about human spirit and decency. I spoke to some people in American banks here today who have friends on Wall Street. They weren't concerned about markets or share prices. They wanted to know what had happened to their friends. Had they got out? Were they safe?
I suppose there must be some possibility that key Wall Street figures have been casualties.
I think it's almost inevitable with so many people in that building. We think there may be 10,000, 15,000 people in there this morning. At its peak, there would be 40,000. It's almost certain that some very senior figures will be involved.
Is it possible to say from past experience what major terrorist acts, and they don't come any bigger than this, can do to world markets? What economic damage they can do?
Well, it's not so much a question of terrorism, but just shocks. If we think back to 1974, when OPEC raised the price of oil, the world economy went into recession. During the Gulf War in the early 90s, soon after that, the world economy went into recession. With world markets so uncertain now and confidence so low, I can't see how this does anything other than real severe damage. And I'm afraid to say I do think this is a real threat to the world economy and could tip us into recession.
Jeff Randall, thank you. Well, now briefly some other news. A French court has rejected a bid by Eurotunnel for the immediate closure of the Sangatte refugee camp near Calais. The Channel Tunnel operator said it was being used as a base for attempts to enter Britain illegally on cross-channel trains and lorries.
Last night, like every night, the illegal immigrants were on the move, making the short walk from Sangatte to the tunnel entrance, biding their time, waiting for the right moment to make a jump for it. But this morning, unlike any other, Eurotunnel were taking the French government to court, demanding the immediate closure of the refugee centre.
The apparent passivity of the French government to act against the human traffickers who operate openly in the camp, creating the conditions that facilitate the passage of clandestines towards England, is worsening the condition.
Eurotunnel, who are spending millions on security and daily are trying to make the incursions more difficult, have vowed to appeal against today's court ruling. Arguing to keep Sangatte open, lawyers for the French government somewhat extraordinarily wondered in court why all the media fuss about a simple disused warehouse and said that closing it would be no solution.
They will stay here.
If it's closed, if you lose,
They will be in the street.
So Sangatte will remain open now that the legal avenues have failed. But tomorrow everything is due to move into the political arena when David Blunkett is scheduled to meet his French counterpart. All sides agree that there's a problem, but finding a solution is proving more elusive. John Sopel, BBC News, Sangatte.
The government's outlined details of new measures to try to prevent any fresh outbreaks of foot and mouth disease when animals are moved to lower ground in the colder weather. There will be a strict new system starting from next week where all livestock movements will be licensed and inspected. There will also be tighter controls in high-risk counties. Glasgow Rangers Football Club has appealed against an order by UEFA, the governing body of European football, to play a match in the former Soviet Republic of Dagestan, which borders Chechnya. The club said they were concerned about their safety. UEFA says the match should go ahead as planned. Two English clubs were playing in Champions League matches tonight. Liverpool had to settle for a 1-1 draw against the Portuguese side Boa Vista. Michael Owen scored the equaliser in the first half. And Arsenal were beaten 1-0 by Real Mallorca, who earned a penalty when Ashley Cole was sent off in the 11th minute. And now more on the impact of today's attacks in America. I'm joined in the studio by James Robbins and in Downing Street by Andrew Marr. But James first, when America gets its act together, what's it going to do?
I think it is certain that there will be retaliation, I think massive retaliation, because after all, we've seen the precedent of America going after Osama bin Laden before, after the attacks on the American embassies in Africa. That attempt was unsuccessful. They launched some 70 Tomahawk cruise missiles from the ocean towards his camps in Afghanistan, but he himself escaped. Clearly, after an outrage on a much larger scale, they are not going to do nothing. They are going to act and act toughly, and I think the implications for the Middle East are frankly daunting.
Will heads roll in America's intelligence community who did not see this coming?
I think that's also a very distinct possibility. I mean, it is extraordinary that both the CIA and the FBI failed to detect the threat
and failed to prevent 4 separate, concerted, synchronized attacks, successful hijacks of American domestic aircraft, and then they were piloted with deadly accuracy onto these most important of targets. It's very hard to believe that America's intelligence establishment can escape the blame.
James Robbins, thank you. Andrew, a very comprehensive list from number 10 of security measures. Do ministers fear that this threat now could come here?
Well, it's certainly possible, and Tony Blair has gone out of his way to associate Britain with America at this moment. He's been spending the time since that meeting with other ministers and officials, speaking to other, mainly European leaders. He's spoken to Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder, to President Chirac, to Mr. Jospin, and indeed to President Putin in Russia. And part of the reason for that is not simply to explain that there is solidarity with America, but also to make it clear that the world should act together, democracy should act together. Well, it's certainly possible, and Tony Blair has gone out of his way to associate Britain with America at this moment. He's been spending the time since that meeting with other ministers and officials, speaking to other, mainly European leaders. He's spoken to Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder, to President Chirac, Mr. Jospin, and indeed to President Putin in Russia. And part of the reason for that is not simply to explain that there is solidarity with America, but also to make it clear that the world should act together, democracy should act together. And I think there is a real sense in London of anxiety and worry about what the Americans in their agony might do. And a sense that there has to be, if you like, a grand alliance of cool heads, friends of America, to try internationalize this. Because, of course, there are American responses which could make this awful situation even worse.
You pointed up earlier Mr. Blair's use of the word eradicate of terrorism. We've had our fair share of terrorism, from Lockerbie to Enniskillen and Warrington and Omagh. Could this have any lasting effects on the way this administration combats it?
Well, I think security everywhere gets tighter, if you like, even more paranoid at moments. I think it makes life for people travelling through airports harder, all that kind of thing. But, you know, it's very, very easy to talk about combating terrorism, eradicating terrorism. The Americans have been trying to get Osama bin Laden, as James Robbins was pointing out, for a very long time, and they failed for a very long time. And the danger is that some overwhelming response is produced by America, which inflames an already awfully dangerous situation even further. And I think that is one of the things that Tony Blair is trying very, very hard in his quiet way to stop tonight.
So how long will these emergency measures, how long does the War Cabinet, if that's what it is, intend these emergency measures to last?
Well, quite a long time, I think. There's another meeting at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. There are a lot of issues about the long-term security of airports and so on. I don't think this crisis situation is going to lift from Britain or anywhere else for quite a while to come.
Andrew Marr, thank you. And we've just received some pictures which we haven't seen before of the moment that the aircraft hit the World Trade Center, the second tower. A different angle, a different perspective on the horror. Well, Newsnight's continuing now on BBC Two, but that's all from this special edition of the 10 o'clock news on Tuesday, the 11th of September 2001. The day that America was stunned by the deadliest attack that terrorists have yet devised. Just before 9 o'clock in the morning, a hijacked plane crashed into the World Trade Center in New York, where thousands of people work. Just minutes later, there was another attack. Television viewers across the world watched as a second passenger airline was deliberately flown straight into the Twin Tower and exploded in a ball of flames. As America reeled from the impact in New York, a third hijacked plane, again with dozens of passengers on board, struck a wing of the Pentagon in Washington. A fourth hijacked plane crashed later in Pennsylvania. There were no survivors among the 45 people on board. Today will change Americans, and it could change the world, because it was the day that terrorism declared war by claiming not scores, but thousands of victims. And by comparing it to Pearl Harbor, Americans grieving, shocked and angry have served notice that they now expect their democracy to carry the war to the enemy that so despises it. From the 10 o'clock news, good night.
Good evening. The distant effects of the terrible news from America have been felt here tonight. At Gatwick Airport, in the past couple of hours, planes that were turned around in mid-flight have been landing, causing chaos for baggage handlers and huge queues for hotels. All flights to the United States from Gatwick have been cancelled, and of course, at this stage, no one really has any idea when things will get back to normal. Well, our transport correspondent Paul Seagate joins us now from Gatwick Airport. Paul.
Yes, as you can see from these scenes behind me, it's very busy at Gatwick Airport today, and as you said, flights over the last couple of hours have been returning to the airport. Flights that had to turn back midway across the Atlantic when the terrorists struck. And many of the Americans leaving those flights and seeing the pictures for the very first time on TVs dotted around Gatwick Airport have been visibly upset and stunned by the pictures, and this is what some of them have been saying.
You know, it's, you just think of all the people that died, and I think the worst part was the 3.5 hours, because we had 3.5 hours to fly back, to not be able to call home.
To think that our country is now at war with parties unknown, it's a horrifying and very saddening thought.
It's absolutely horrible, and our country is obviously under attack from some people that ought to be dealt with, certainly.
Perhaps not surprisingly, security has been stepped up here at Gatwick. Sussex Police had a meeting this afternoon, and everywhere you look around the airport there are armed police officers. And a short time ago I spoke to David Cumming, who's the operations director here at the airport.
The latest news is that transatlantic flights are not operating at all at the moment. We have had about 21 flights go out of Gatwick today, and a number of those have returned. US airspace is closed, and anybody flying to the States tomorrow, we would suggest they contact their airline to find out what to do.
It sounds like absolute chaos. I understand also, though, emergency services from Sussex might be involved.
Well, John, I'm having trouble hearing you, but yes, Kent Fire Brigade and West Sussex Fire Brigade have been put on standby tonight. They have a number of experts who are used to going out to earthquakes and natural disasters like that, and they've been put on standby in case they're needed to look for survivors in Washington and New York.
Paul Seagate, thanks very much indeed. In other news, a 15-year-old boy has died after falling from a train on the Tunbridge to Hastings line. British Transport Police have said tonight it's not clear whether he jumped or fell accidentally. Delays on the line were then made worse later this evening when a man jumped in front of a train, also at High Brooms. He's been taken to hospital. And as you may have heard a few moments ago, Eurotunnel has failed in its legal attempt to have the Red Cross Asylum Centre at Sangatte in France closed down. The centre, which has been described as a departure lounge for those trying to enter Britain illegally, was set up on land owned by Eurotunnel, but this afternoon a court in Lille rejected the company's application to have the land returned to its ownership. Well, today the MP for Dover, Gwyn Prosser, said this meant that the people who illegally organised the human traffic would just be able to carry on.
Well, the problem is that the traffickers are actually using the Sangatte Centre. They're operating from the Sangatte Centre, so they've got arms and they have weapons, etc. I want to see the French authorities taking more action. I want to see them inside the Sangatte Centre, a presence there, rounding them up, checking identities and solving the problem at source.
Finally, a little girl from Gillingham in Kent is about to have a remarkable operation that will change her life. Ellen Whittaker was born with 3 fingers missing. Now doctors are preparing to graft toes onto her hand. Here's Beverly Thompson.
15-month-old Ellen has just started to notice that she's not quite...
You're watching a BBC News special on BBC One and BBC News 24 with Peter Dobby and Carrie Gracie.
Good evening. The United States is struggling to come to terms with the worst terrorist attack the world has seen. President Bush has described the events in New York and Washington as a national tragedy. 2 hijacked passenger planes crashed into the twin skyscrapers of the World Trade Center. as thousands of people were preparing to start work. There's been massive devastation, and thousands are feared to have lost their lives after the aircraft were deliberately flown into major landmarks in New York as well as Washington. An hour later, both skyscrapers collapsed, spreading dust and smoke all over Manhattan. They were hijacked from Boston and flown down the eastern seaboard to New York. Shortly before 2 o'clock our time, that's 9 o'clock New York time, the first plane hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center and a fire immediately broke out. A few minutes later, a second plane hit the South Tower, causing more extensive damage. Approximately 45 minutes after that, a third plane crash-landed near the Pentagon. 15 minutes later, at 3 o'clock, one of the towers in the World Trade Center collapsed, and approximately 30 minutes later, the second tower also collapsed. Well, many buildings in New York are now unsafe, and in the last few minutes or so, we've heard that a 47-story building, the Salomon Brothers building, has also collapsed. Now, after the attacks in New York and Washington, a fourth plane crashed near Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. There's no word yet on who is behind the attacks.
Now we're going to go straight over to Washington and the Pentagon for a press conference by the U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld.
Against our country. I should add that the briefing here is taking place in the Pentagon. The Pentagon's functioning. It'll be in business tomorrow. I know the interest in casualty figures, and all I can say is it's not possible to have solid casualty figures at this time, and the various components are doing roster checks, and we'll have information at some point in the future, and as quickly as it's possible to have it, it will certainly be made available to each of you. I'll be happy to take a few questions after asking First General Shelton if he would like to say anything, and then we will allow the others to make a remark or two.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the Secretary just said, today we have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people, acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country. I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones. I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Carl Levin.
Our intense focus on recovery and helping the injured and the families of those who were killed is matched only by our determination to prevent more attacks and matched only by our unity to track down, root out, and relentlessly pursue terrorists, states that support them, and harbor them. They are the common enemy of the civilized world. Our institutions are strong, and our unity is palpable.
Senator John Warner.
Thank you. As a past chairman preceding Carl Levin, I can assure you that the Congress stands behind our president, and the president speaks with one voice for this entire nation. This is indeed the most tragic hour in America's history, and yet I think it can be its finest hour, as our president and those with him, most notably our Secretary of Defense, our chairman, and the men and women of the armed forces all over this world stand ready not only to defend this nation and our allies against further attack, but to take such actions as are directed in the future in retaliation for this terrorist act, a series of terrorist acts unprecedented in world history. we call upon the entire world to step up and help, because terrorism is a common enemy to all, and we're in this together. The United States has borne the brunt, but who can be next? Step forward and let us hold accountable and punish those that have perpetrated this attack. Again, I commend the Secretary, the Chairman, and how proud we are. We spoke with our President here moments ago. He's got a firm grip on this situation, and the Secretary and General have a firm grip on our armed forces and in communication of the world over.
Thank you very much. We'll take a few questions and then we'll adjourn. Charlie.
Mr. Secretary, did you have any inkling at all, in any way, that something of this nature and something of this scope might be planned?
Charlie, we don't discuss intelligence matters.
I see. And how would you respond if you find out who did this?
Obviously, the President of the United States has spoken on that subject, and those are issues that he will address in good time.
Mr.
Yes.
Secretary, we are getting reports from CNN and others that there are bombs exploding in Kabul, Afghanistan. Are we at the moment striking back, and if so, is the target Osama bin Laden and his organization?
I've seen those reports. In no way is the United States government connected to those explosions.
What about Osama bin Laden? Do you suspect him as the prime suspect in this?
It's not the time for discussions like that.
Mr. Secretary, you said you could not be specific about casualties. Can you give us some characterization of whether it's dozens or hundreds in the building?
Well, we know there were large number, many dozens in the aircraft that flew at full power, steering directly into between, I think, the first and second floor of the, opposite the helipad. You've seen it. There cannot be any survivors. It just would be beyond comprehension. There are a number of people that they've not identified by name, but identified as being dead, and there are a number of casualties. But the FBI has secured the site, and the information takes time to come. People have been lifted out and taken away in ambulances, and the numbers will be calculated, and it will not be a few.
Mr. Secretary, could you tell us what you saw? Mr. Secretary, do you consider what happened today, both in New York and here, an act of war?
There is no question but that the attack against the United States of America today was a vicious, well-coordinated, massive attack against the United States of America. What words the lawyers will use to characterize it is for them.
Does that mean that the U.S. is at war then?
Mr. Secretary, you said that the Pentagon would be open for business tomorrow. What kind of assurances can you give the people who work here at the building that the building will be safe?
A terrorist can attack at any time, at any place, using any technique. It is physically impossible to defend at every time, in every place, against every technique. It is not possible to give guarantees. The people who work in this building do so voluntarily. They're brave people, and they do their jobs well.
Mr. Secretary, can you give a sense of what happened? What did you see when you left your office, ran down to the site, and apparently helped people on stretchers and then returned to the command center?
I felt the shock of the airplane hitting the building, went through the building and then out into the area, and they were bringing bodies out that had been injured, most of which were alive and moving, but seriously injured. And a lot of volunteers were doing a terrific job helping to bring them out of the buildings and get them into stretchers and into ambulances and into airlifts.
Secretary, can you tell us how many of the dead were soldiers and how many were civilians? Have you been able to determine that?
Absolutely not. Yes.
Mr. Secretary, today we saw military planes both in New York and in Washington. How much more of a military presence will we see now that this incident has occurred for the next week?
Those kinds of decisions are made day to day. It is correct that we had aircraft flying protective missions at various places in the United States today, and they will do that as appropriate.
Mr. Secretary, what do you say to the American people who may have questions on how something so coordinated has been carried out against this nation? What do you say to them who might not have confidence that our intelligence and our security are what they should be?
I say to them that the President of the United States will be making some remarks to them this evening that will address those subjects.
Mr. Secretary, you've declared, the Pentagon has declared ThreatCon Delta forces around the world. Could you tell me why? Have you received any threats, or has anyone claimed credit for this?
We have, in fact, declared Force Protection Condition Delta and a condition of high alert, indeed the highest alert. We did so almost immediately upon the attacks, and it is still in force.
There were there threats, excuse me, issued against other U.S. facilities elsewhere in the world today?
I don't know that there's a day that's gone by since I've been in this job that there haven't been threats somewhere in the world to some facility somewhere. It's one of the complexities of the intelligence business that you have to sort through those kinds of things. But we don't get into the specifics. Yes. You had your hand up? Yes.
So, Mr. Secretary, there were rumors earlier in the day that the plane which crashed in Pennsylvania had been brought down by the United States, either shot down or brought down in some other manner.
We have absolutely no information that any U.S. aircraft shot down any other aircraft today.
I wonder if we could just ask Senator Levin one thing.
You bet.
That's all right. Senator Levin, you and other Democrats in Congress have voiced fears that you simply don't have enough money for the large increase in defense the Pentagon is seeking, especially for missile defense. And you fear that you'll have to dip into the Social Security funds to pay for it. Does this kind of thing convince you that an emergency exists in this country to increase defense spending, to dip into Social Security if necessary, to pay for defense spending, increase defense spending?
One thing where the committee was unanimous on, among many, many other things, was that we authorized the full request of the President, including the $18 billion. So I would say that Democrats and Republicans have
we're
seen...
now going to just leave that Pentagon news conference because we're seeing the helicopter of President George W. Bush arriving now at the White House. He's coming from Andrews Air Force Base, just outside Washington, which is, he's finally arrived late on today. He's been on a long journey, started off in Florida, then went to Louisiana, then up to Nebraska, and finally is arriving back in Washington. And he's expected actually to make a statement to the nation at 1 o'clock in the morning, our time, in just over an hour's time.
Staying with these pictures for you, President George W. Bush has, we understand actually on this flight, when he was on board that helicopter you're looking at, he's vowed to find these people who attacked the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. But he's urged Americans to return to their normal lives to show their unshaken resolve. That's according to sources at the White House. Mr. Bush did say, however, they will suffer the consequences of taking on this nation. We will do what it takes, he said. No one is going to diminish the spirit of this country. The address that Mr. Bush is expected to give at 1 a.m. our time, we'll have it live, of course, here on BBC News 24. He's expected to address the nation with a message of resolve and reassurance. A reassuring message, we're being told, that the United States has been tested before, but we understand Mr. Bush will say something along the lines of how the United States has always prevailed. President Bush back at the White House. Let's bring in our chief political correspondent, Nick Robinson. Nick, we'll stay with these pictures in Washington. Mr. Bush arriving back at the White House. Has our Prime Minister, Tony Blair, actually spoken to the Bush administration directly yet?
No, we know there's been contact between Downing Street and the White House at official level. The Prime Minister has made it clear, of course, the White House, that he stands ready to talk to President Bush whenever it might be helpful to do so. But they haven't done that yet, and there's no surprise here in Downing Street, at least. The Bush administration is more than busy trying to cope with the aftermath of these terrible attacks without yet wanting to talk to its international allies. So meanwhile, Tony Blair has taken the initiative and has been talking to other European allies, talking to the President of France, President Chirac, and the Prime Minister Lionel Jospin tonight, to the German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder, and the Russian Prime Minister Vladimir Putin, Russian President, I should say. Now, it does seem as though Tony Blair, while promising to stand shoulder to shoulder with the United States, also wants to, if you like, internationalize this by declaring that this was an attack not on the United States, but on the democratic free world, and by drawing in other nations, hopes to get a generalized response from those countries to this terrorist threat, rather than simply waiting to see how the United States themselves will respond, although everyone here at Downing Street expects retaliatory measures from the Americans and expects that the British may well have some role to play in them.
There is that genuine sense in Downing Street tonight that there will be some form of definite retaliation.
Yes, there is that sense that there will be retaliation. There's an expectation that that is what this American president would want, what the American public would want, and what would be unacceptable to the American people to simply sit back and to do nothing. Now, debate, of course, a fierce debate will take place in political circles in the UK about the nature of any response, whether Britain or indeed any other European allies ought to be involved in that, how you identify those people who are responsible, and how you make a reaction, in what way that is carried out. And it seems to me, by the British Prime Minister making the calls he's been making tonight, there is at least an effort to try to internationalize this, to try and persuade George Bush that he is not on his own, and who knows, to come up with a package of measures that world leaders together might take. Tomorrow our Foreign Secretary Jack Straw flies to Brussels for a meeting with other EU foreign ministers, and there is a sense here that it is not just a question of waiting and seeing what the US will do. It's a decision that the entire international community will want to take.
Nick, you'll keep us up to date, I know, but in the meantime, thank you very much.
You're watching a BBC News special on BBC One and BBC News 24. The United States is in deep shock tonight after a series of terrorist attacks caused catastrophic destruction and loss of life. The coordinated strikes began during the morning rush hour when two hijacked passenger aircraft were deliberately crashed into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York. President Bush has described the events in New York and Washington as a national tragedy. Two hijacked passenger planes crashed into the twin skyscrapers of the World Trade Center as thousands of people were preparing to start work. There's been massive devastation and thousands are feared to have lost their lives after the aircraft were deliberately flown into major landmarks in New York and Washington. An hour later, both skyscrapers collapsed, spreading dust and smoke across Manhattan. They were hijacked from Boston and flown down the eastern seaboard to New York. At shortly before 2 o'clock British time, that's 9 New York time, the first plane hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center and a fire immediately broke out. A few minutes later, a second plane hit the South Tower, causing more extensive damage. Approximately 45 minutes after that, a third plane crash-landed near the Pentagon. 15 minutes later, at 3 o'clock, one of the towers in the World Trade Center collapsed, and approximately 30 minutes later, the second tower collapsed. Many buildings in New York are now unsafe, and in the last few minutes we've heard that, in the last hour, a 47-story building, the Salomon Brothers building, has also collapsed. After the attacks in New York and Washington, a fourth plane crashed near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. There's no word yet on who's behind the attacks.
Well, there's been a stunned reaction across America and indeed around the world. Here, Tony Blair called an emergency cabinet committee meeting and put this country on a high state of alert.
It should have been a perfect day, but just before 9 o'clock, the pure blue sky over Manhattan was filling with smoke. A hijacked American airliner had just smashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. No one quite knew what had happened. Surely this must have been a terrible accident. But what happened next showed these were no accidents. A second hijacked airliner, a Boeing 767 with 92 people on board, is flying straight for the other tower. No one yet knows who piloted these planes to destruction, but they could not have been targeted with greater accuracy. The extraordinary impact of the second plane, the 767, was witnessed by many who simply didn't realize the full enormity of what was happening. Nor could they know the implications of a huge airliner laden with aviation fuel exploding deep inside one of the world's tallest buildings. They certainly didn't realize the twin towers of the World Trade Center were now completely doomed.
Wow, do you see this aircraft? That's got it all.
By now, many hundreds of people must already have been dead, and the unfolding disaster could be seen all around New York.
Another one. Taking a look. Oh! Oh my God! Oh, shit! Oh my God! My own eyes. It must be a tower. Oh my God! Another plane just went in.
At that time, there would have been about 10,000 people in each tower of the World Trade Center, many thousands more in the Wall Street financial district all around. Those who could were running for their lives.
I was just standing here watching the World Trade Center after the first plane hit. I just saw a second plane come in from the south and hit the south tower halfway between the bottom and the top of the tower. It's got to be a terrorist attack. I can't tell you anything more than that. I saw the plane hit the building.
When a big explosion happened, some guy came out, his skin was all off. I helped him out. This is him all over. There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific. I can't believe this is happening.
We heard a big bang, and then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere, and people are jumping out the windows. Over there, they're jumping out the windows, I guess because they're trying to save themselves. I don't know.
But it wasn't only New York and America's financial heart which was under attack. Now it was the nation's capital, too. In Washington, the Pentagon was hit, headquarters for the armed forces of the world's superpower. A third hijacked airliner, again with dozens on board, had been crashed with devastating results. By now, smoke was billowing around Capitol Hill, and the White House was being evacuated. People were talking of a new Pearl Harbor, someone declaring war on the United States. And back in New York, the nightmare was still far from over. Firefighters were in the basement of the World Trade Center, wondering if the building above was safe. The unthinkable was about to happen. The South Tower, all 110 stories, collapsed, and it was all live on American television.
Thanks very much,
completely collapsed.
The whole side has collapsed?
The whole building has collapsed.
The whole building has collapsed?
The building has collapsed.
That's the southern tower you're talking about.
Exactly. The second building that we witnessed the airplane enter.
On the ground, emergency services hardly knew which way to turn. People still trapped in the second tower had seen it all and could only wave in desperation. But it was already too late for rescue. The second tower, representing America's trade and wealth, was about to go. The Twin Towers, which took 7 years to build, had been utterly destroyed in a single morning. The Manhattan skyline and countless lives devastated.
To the chase station!
big boom, come down the steps, everything fine until we got to the basement, and then everything just fell in. I got trapped under there with another guy, crawled out, kept getting hit in the head, had bags all around. Finally, we clawed our way out over the rubble.
Yeah.
Come on down. We did all right.
All right, way to be, Tom. Let's go.
Even the bloodied felt incredibly lucky on this terrible day. And firefighters could embrace each other for a few moments before facing many more hours of trauma. As New York struggled to cope, to adapt to the clogging dust, the fallout of so much tragedy, more news was coming in, a fourth crashed airliner in Pittsburgh. And somehow American government seemed almost powerless amidst all this. The centers of that power had been evacuated, key congressional leaders taken to secret locations, the president himself whisked to a nuclear bunker in Nebraska, shaken but pledging somehow to find those who masterminded this day of mayhem and massacre.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Hours after the attacks, the United States, the whole world, is struggling to take it all in. There's really no more rescue the firemen can seriously attempt. It's now a question of salvage amid the wreckage, as others in New York try to establish how many men, women and children have been lost. A priest picks his way through the New York ruins. The World Trade Center has been reduced to the stumps of skyscrapers that once helped define one of the world's most vibrant cities, normally loud with life. An entire society feels itself violated by terror. James Robbins, BBC News.
Well, let's get the latest from our correspondent in the US. Patrick O'Connell is in New York and Tom Carver in Washington. Tom, we see the president back in Washington now after traipsing around from Florida, then Louisiana, then Nebraska. This is presumably designed to send a message that America is going to get back up off his knees.
That's right, yes. What happened was that he was in Florida early this morning in a school when the World Trade Center attacks happened. He was then whisked out of there to an Air Force base in Louisiana. There was then this attack on the Pentagon, and it was considered unsafe for him to return to the White House at that stage, so he was taken off to a remote Air Force base in Nebraska. That's where he held an emergency meeting of his National Security Council by phone with Dick Cheney, who was down in the Situation Room here at the White House. And now, as you say, in the last 20 minutes, Air Force, the helicopter has arrived here on the lawn at the White House, and we understand President Bush will be addressing the nation in a live television address in about 2 hours' time. It's obviously going to be the most important address he has ever made, essentially, a moment when he will have to try and restore morale of the entire nation, because it's really to the president that Americans look in these times of deep crisis.
Meanwhile, his defense secretary, Donald Rumsfeld, has been holding a news conference at the Pentagon, which of course was one of the buildings struck. He wasn't prepared to say much about anything. The only thing he was categorical about, as far as I could make out, was that the US was not involved in airstrikes on Kabul. But in terms of casualties, no detail.
That's right, yes. I mean, his main message, I think, that he wanted to get out was that the Pentagon would be up and working tomorrow morning, and that they would not stand for this, that they would, in the words of the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, hunt down, root out, and pursue terrorists and those countries that supported them. One of the most powerful quotes really came from General Henry Shelton, who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Here he is.
Today we have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people. Acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country. I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones. I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
General Shelton, and one of the grimmest things I thought that came out of that news conference was the Defence Secretary's inability or unwillingness to give any guarantees about the safety of his own staff in coming to work tomorrow.
Yes, I mean, it's obviously impossible for him to give a 100% guarantee given what's just happened, because everyone up to now assumed that the Pentagon was one of the safest places on the earth to work. It had never come under attack in American history. And then this disaster, the smoke you may still be able to see behind me, still rising out of the Pentagon, and a huge operation going on there across the river, still trying to extricate the dead and injured from it. So the whole of Washington here is shaken, deeply shaken to its core by what's happened.
Tom, thanks to you. Now over to New York and to Patrick O'Connell. Paddy, everyone there still, I take it, struggling to come to grips with the enormity of what's happened to them.
Well, certainly me, and if I'm anything like anyone else who lives here, then yes. The skyline has been scarred, the lifestyle has been scarred, thousands are presumed dead, thousands are displaced, all are disgusted, others' business and commerce is disrupted, although everyone's attention is focused on questions that lie beneath the rubble. Who's there? How many are there? And these questions, I'm afraid, we still don't have the answer to. I walked past one hospital about an hour after it happened. They were shouting for blood donations in the street. That same hospital has 300 people in it right now, as of 2 hours ago, excuse me. But they're braced for more once the authorities get closer to the scene of the atrocity.
And yet it's so difficult to get close to the scene, given that just in the last hour or so, another huge building has collapsed.
47 stories high. We have pictures of it. You've probably seen it happen.
We're watching them now,
this is referred to as building number 7. The complex, we've been used to thinking in terms of the skyscrapers dominating it, but it's a function, it's not so much a form. This is a mini city, the financial center. At least 40,000 people work in the Twin Towers. That population doubles with visitors. So if you think of the height, you really should be thinking as if it was individual offices. This is another building gone. We think it was evacuated. We know it was evacuated at the time. But the whole of Lower Manhattan is unsafe at that area, as you would expect. Additionally, as it was happening, I was walking away from there. I myself had been due at a meeting and was on a subway train. As we were walking north, phalanxes of people, the word was spreading. The people further north didn't know what had happened. We were saying, people were going to go on the subway. We were saying, don't go on the subway. It's not going to go anywhere. Then it spread up. Everyone else, thousands headed to Central Park. Where would you go?
Paddy, I'm
yourself?
sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you for a moment, because we're going to go over now to a press conference by the U.S. Attorney General, John Ashcroft.
By suspects armed with knives, this plane crashed into the World Trade Center. United Airlines Flight 175 departed Boston for Los Angeles, was hijacked and crashed into the World Trade Center. American Airlines Flight 77 departed Washington Dulles for Los Angeles, was hijacked and crashed into the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 departed Newark for San Francisco, was hijacked and crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Crime scenes have been established by the federal authorities in New York, in Washington, D.C. area, in Pittsburgh, in Boston, and in Newark. The full resources of the Department of Justice, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the the U.S. Marshals Service, the Bureau of Prisons, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Office of Justice Programs are being deployed to investigate these crimes and to assist survivors and victim families. Thousands of FBI agents in all of the field offices across the country and in the international Legat offices, assisted by personnel from other Department of Justice agencies, are cooperating in this investigation. The FBI has established a website where people can report any information about these crimes. That address is www.ifccfbi.gov. That address again, www.ifccfbi.gov. Individuals can report any information they know about these crimes to that website. It takes courage for individuals to come forward in situations like this, and I urge anyone with information that may be useful and helpful to authorities to use this opportunity. The Office of Victims of Crime has established a toll-free 800 number for family and friends of victims. They can call 800-331-0075 to leave contact information for a future time when more information is available, to find out information about a victim, or to find out information about the rights of victims and the services available to victim survivors and victim families. The determination of these terrorists will not deter the determination of the American people. We are survivors, and freedom is a survivor. A free American people will not be intimidated, nor will we be defeated. We will find the people responsible for these cowardly acts, and justice will be done.
Every single American lost something today. And every one of us at this time expresses our deepest sympathy to the victims of today's tragedies and their families. It is now our mission to begin the healing from this tragedy. From the moment that we learned of these attacks, the Department of Health and Human Services has begun readying teams and resources to be sent to New York City and the Washington area to meet any needs of state and local officials. So far, we have sent 4 disaster medical teams to New York City, and 3 of these disaster medical teams to the Washington, Northern Virginia, Baltimore area. These medical teams each consist of about 35 physicians, nurses, and emergency medical technicians. They are all trained to deal with traumatic injuries and other emergency needs. We've also sent 4 disaster mortuary operational response teams to New York and 3 to the greater Washington area. We're also in the process of shipping a great deal of emergency medical supplies to New York City with the help of the Centers for Disease Control. In short, we're making the full force of the Department of Health and Human Services, both its resources and medical expertise available to the areas that need our assistance. We've also this afternoon activated the United States Public Health Service Commission Corps, which consists of approximately 6,000 health professionals. We also are giving backup assistance to the 500-bed ship Comfort from the United States Navy. Americans all over are calling up and asking what they can do. The best thing they can do is respond to this great call by volunteering to give blood. We need Americans to continue to answer that call. No matter where you live, please do your civic duty and assist us by donating blood.
because our primary job is to make sure Americans harmed by this tragedy get the help that they need. We will remain in constant contact with the governors, the mayors, public health officials, and other local officials to make sure that all their needs are being met. It is a sad day, but America and all of its citizens certainly share tonight in the grief that it's been caused. And as the President and everybody in his administration have said, we, the government, will continue to operate and continue to provide the services to all Americans.
Underlining that the White House is beginning to function once again. Two briefings there from the White House press room. The first by John Ashcroft, the U.S. Attorney General, really detailing the investigation that now goes on, the crime scenes established in Washington, New York, Boston, and Newark, describing a long list there of agencies who are all being deployed to investigate and assist, with thousands of FBI agents and field officers cooperating in this. The FBI itself establishing a website where people can report information on the crimes, and a pledge there from the Attorney General that he will find those responsible for these terrorist attacks and that justice will be done. And the second briefing there from the Director of the Health and Human Services, that one on the logistics of the emergency operation. He said that 4 emergency medical teams were being sent to New York, 3 to the Washington area, disaster operational response teams, and he finished with an appeal to every American to do their civic duty and to donate blood. We're now going to go back to New York, back to Patrick O'Connell. Paddy, you were talking there about the impact on the ground, about the collapse just over an hour ago of the Salomon building. Now, given all of that, what is happening in terms of the emergency operation to pull out all those people, you know, from the actual World Trade Center Twin Towers?
It's staggered. Part of the problem has been that there has been fire at the scene of these collapses, not just caused by the engine fuel and by the collapsing building, but caused as secondary explosions. The emergency crews can't get close until all those have been extinguished. The hospitals are expecting a larger wave of casualties once the emergency service get nearer. And you've seen the pictures. The time gap is roughly 4 or 5 hours between the collapse of the Twin Towers and then subsequently the 47-story building. And that's exactly the reason it was evacuated, the whole of that part of Manhattan. So it was evacuated for everyone because they were afraid the buildings were going to collapse. You can't put emergency services in there while that fear remains. And the job now is working out, is that a risk on other buildings? Because that will hamper the work of the emergency crews and delay the rescue of people who presumably are still there.
O'Connell in New York for now, many thanks.
You're watching a BBC News special on BBC News 24 and on BBC One, bringing you continuing coverage of the events in New York and Washington. Well, it may be at least 24 hours before it's known how many people have died in the attack, but the Mayor of New York said tonight the death toll would be more than any of us could bear. He also appealed for blood donations for the injured who've been taken to 170 hospitals across New York.
Rescue workers overwhelmed by their task. For New York, this was a nightmare come true. The scale of the carnage remains unclear, but it's possible that many thousands of people may have been killed. It's still too dangerous for the authorities to search the rubble that was the World Trade Center. The National Guard has been sent in to relieve exhausted firemen. The hospitals are overwhelmed.
All right, well then let's go north then.
For a while, the city's mayor Giuliani was himself trapped in the emergency control center, which was close to the towers. Later, he said the city's hospitals had been coping with more than 2,000 injured, but it's clear there's much more bad news to come.
Good afternoon. The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately. And I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible.
As survivors walked around days, no one could be sure how many did not escape before the towers collapsed. Some estimate as many as 20,000 could still have been inside. The Across America tonight, families will be coming to terms with untold grief. Within a couple of hours of the attack, volunteers were queuing to give blood at this Red Cross centre after the city's hospitals reported a critical shortage. Red Cross shelters are also being set up, offering support to the injured and bereaved. In Washington, rescue workers tended to hundreds of defense staff. After the Boeing 757 had crashed into the Pentagon, there was an orderly evacuation from the rest of the building. But nearly 5 hours later, the flames were still too intense to allow rescue in some affected areas. Again, the death toll is uncertain.
I don't have any sense of scale at all. We know there are casualties. I can't give you a good number, and we're going to work to try to get that as quickly as I can, but we don't have it yet.
America is in shock. As well as the casualties on the ground, 266 died on board the 4 aircraft. But everyone knows that that is just the start. The full horror of what's been done to this resilient nation will take time to sink in. Neil Dixon, BBC News.
Here, the Queen expressed her total shock at the terrorist outrages and sent her sympathy to President Bush. And the Prime Minister said Britain stood shoulder to shoulder with the United States in the fight against the terrorists. He announced that government and military buildings had been placed on alert and that a series of measures were being imposed to step up aviation security across Britain's skies.
Here in Britain, a dramatic curtailing and rerouting of flights are among the measures agreed by the Prime Minister. Tony Blair spent more than an hour closeted with senior cabinet colleagues, officials and intelligence advisers.
We have stepped up security at airports to the highest levels. No flights will take off from the United Kingdom for which we cannot apply the highest standards of security for aircrew and passengers. Private flights have been stopped except where specifically authorized. Flight paths into London have been changed so there will be no civil overflights of central London. Security has been increased across the full range of government buildings and military premises.
But the bigger political question for Mr. Blair was how closely he wanted to associate Britain with the United States at a dangerous moment. There was no shred of doubt about that.
This mass terrorism is the new evil in our world. The people who perpetrate it have no regard whatever for the sanctity or value of human life. And we, the democracies of the world, must come together to defeat it and eradicate it. This is not a battle between the United States of America and terrorism, but between the free and democratic world and terrorism. We therefore here in Britain stand shoulder to shoulder with our American friends in this hour of tragedy. And we, like them, will not rest until this evil is driven from our world.
Earlier, domestic British politics was virtually put on hold as news of the attacks broke. Mr. Blair aborted a major set-piece speech on his policies at the TUC conference in Brighton, opting instead for a brief, shocked statement before rushing back to London. While the outgoing Tory leader, William Hague, announced a 24-hour delay in the counting of votes for his successor.
In the light of these events and in consultation with the candidates for the party leadership and the returning officer, I have decided to cancel the party meeting that was scheduled to take place tomorrow to greet the new party leader as a mark of respect for those who have lost their lives.
The new opposition leader, Ken Clarke or Ian Duncan Smith, will now be revealed on Thursday. It's clear that these attacks mean more intrusive security in Britain and a closer interest in some of the dissident groups based here in London. But the bigger question tonight is just what Tony Blair means when he promises that the democracies will eradicate mass terrorism. The world security system and Britain's place in that system are already changing shape tonight. Andrew Marr, BBC News, Westminster.
Now, the World Trade Center was among the world's most famous landmarks, a giant monument to the power of global business and the market economy. The complex was the size of a small city. Tens of thousands of people worked there, but its architects never imagined it would have to withstand the kind of attack seen today.
The Twin Towers of the World Trade Center dominated the skyline of Lower Manhattan. When the World Trade Center opened in 1973, they were briefly the tallest buildings in the world. They were also potent symbols of global commerce and world prosperity. Looking at these archive pictures, it's hard to believe they've been reduced to nothing more than rubble. They were quite simply enormous. Each tower was 1,350 feet tall, 110 stories high. The World Trade Center was the largest commercial complex in the world, effectively a mini-city. 50,000 people worked inside. 90,000 visited the building every day. 1,200 companies had offices there, including American Express, Salomon Brothers and Deutsche Bank. There were also scores of international trade organizations. Below ground was a huge shopping complex and even a subway station carrying thousands of people to and from the center. So how could this have happened within an hour of the impact, the towers collapsing to the ground? Unlike most conventional skyscrapers, the towers had no interior columns to give them strength. It was the exterior walls which bore most of the load, and so the direct attacks were enough to weaken them and make them topple. This image is like a scene from a Hollywood disaster movie, yet it was happening for real. Fergus Walsh, BBC News.
Worldwide condemnation of the attacks has been swift, and so too have been the denials of guilt. Those responsible will have had money and resources available to only a few terrorist organizations, and the focus of the investigation into America's worst breach of security will inevitably fall on Islamic and extremist groups. As George Eakin reports, it will be those responsible for previous attacks on US interests around the world who will come under closest scrutiny.
To some, the horror and carnage inflicted on the United States today is a cause of celebration. This was the Arab quarter of Jerusalem, where many showed their approval of a day of unprecedented terror in America's backyard. A claim of responsibility was reported from one Palestinian group, but then swiftly denied. The Palestinian leader condemned the attacks.
We are completely shocked, completely shocked. Unbelievable.
Investigators hunting the organizers will first consider these were airborne suicide missions on a scale not seen since the Second World War.
I think it's almost impossible to believe that a hijacker could convince an American domestic airline pilot to commit suicide by flying into the World Trade Center. I have absolutely no doubt at all they had trained pilots. We know in the past that they've had pilots who have been perfectly capable of flying aircraft, and this can only be the only, I think, answer to this. American pilots would not do this, but Arab fundamentalists may well be prepared to.
And it's this wealthy Arab fundamentalist that American officials are already naming as an immediate suspect, Osama bin Laden. He controls and finances Al-Qaeda, an umbrella network of Islamic militants, and he's vowed to destroy the United States. Bin Laden is accused of masterminding a string of attacks, including the US embassy bombings in East Africa 3 years ago, which killed more than 200 people. In retaliation, the Americans fired cruise missiles at training camps used by bin Laden in Afghanistan. They put a $5 million price on his head and led a worldwide crackdown on Al-Qaeda.
The Osama bin Laden...
Afghanistan's ruling Taliban, which continues to offer bin Laden sanctuary, insists he isn't capable of carrying out attacks like today's. But bin Laden is suspected of involvement in the last attack on the World Trade Center 8 years ago. 6 people died when a bomb exploded in an underground car park. His associate, Ramzi Youssef, was jailed for that, and for plotting to blow up a dozen American airliners over the Pacific, a plan which in some respects foreshadowed today's terror. While the possibility isn't being excluded, no one's suggesting that the devastation of such high-profile international targets like the Pentagon and the World Trade Center is domestic terrorism. The sophistication of today's attacks, with highly trained perpetrators and their synchronization to occur within 2 hours, point towards months, if not years, of preparation. Does all this mean, then, that a rogue state might be involved? Some experts are skeptical.
Countries have realized that as governments,
their involvement in terrorism has cost them more than it's gained them. And so there are very few countries left who are in the real terrorism business. Obviously, some governments fund groups that may conduct terrorist acts, but that's very different than actually providing government support for it.
State condolences flood in, yet it seems highly unlikely, if not impossible, that the biggest and bloodiest terrorist operation ever could have been planned and prepared without a single government around the world even noticing. George Eakin, BBC News.
Now, we've just heard that the US Defense Forces have given instructions for an aircraft carrier, Enterprise, to stop its moves towards home. It was on its way home via the Indian Ocean, but it's now been told to stop to await orders for a possible return to the Gulf to join another US carrier, and that's from a senior Pentagon official. Now, also, just to remind you that the President, George W. Bush, is to make a statement to the American nation. That's going to be at 1:30 our time, just under an hour. We'll bring you that live on News 24.
Well, let's take a look now at how the first editions of the morning papers are covering yesterday's devastating attacks in the United States. War on America proclaims the front page of the Telegraph above what is probably the most startling image of the day. That's actually the sun there. We'll come to the sun in a second. The towers of New York's World Trade Center in flames, surrounded by a cloud of thick grey smoke. Now, it's the same image as used on the front page of the Sun there, the day that changed the world, according to the tabloid. The Mail says simply, apocalypse. Again, a picture of the black, billowing smoke that engulfed the World Trade Center towers, seconds before the hub of New York's commercial district crashed to the ground. And The Guardian, who also likened the events to a declaration of war, the paper says that President George W. Bush was struggling to exert control over a shell-shocked United States after the country sustained what is its worst attack since Pearl Harbor in 1941. Finally, the front page of the FT describing the attacks as an assault on America. The paper, of course, following the turmoil in the markets as the stock markets plummeted and oil and gold prices surged in the wake of the tragedy yesterday. Well, joining us now to take a closer look at the papers is the journalist Dan Ehrlich. Dan, thanks for coming in. You've started with the Financial Times.
Yeah, the importance of this whole story is illustrated by the Financial Times. You never see the Financial Times with a front page like this. It's amazing that they would have a headline that almost be like a declaration of war by Britain on someone. The Financial Times never has a panoramic, full column, full page picture like this. And leading off with a single story on this event, a little sidebar by George Bush there. But this is extraordinary for the Financial Times to have a front page like this. This is why I picked it. I just thought the picture's not that great, but still for Financial Times to have that was quite amazing. But going on to some of the other papers, the Independent, looking at the Independent, for example, Doomsday America is how the Independent talks about on his front page. You go inside, and you see some real graphic pictures, which I thought were really good, of the human condition going on. A picture of first of all, on page 2, you have a picture of the actual plane crashing into the Trade Center, but then you have pictures of the survivors here. Good illustrations of people covered in soot, injured, crying, aftermath, carnage, quite illustrative of what's happening at the time, terror in America. Going on, you have more of it in the inside pages. Then you have one thing I found quite extraordinary, though, that the Independent ran, was their Terror in America page, somewhere a great success is being celebrated, talks about how the people who perpetrated this and their backers are probably whipping it up with joy right now. A bad taste award goes to Robert Fisk's column here, or about how he basically seems to, his usual thing, he seems to blame everything on Israel and America really has it coming to it, but it's understandable what they're doing, but they should know what they were in for when they started getting involved in the Middle East itself, and that's what America gets for being a world power, so therefore they shouldn't complain, and welcome to the real world.
Robert Fisk has got 2 articles there.
Yes.
The awesome cruelty of a doomed people and also atrocities may be designed to provoke America
Yes.
into costly military adventure. As far as a costly military adventure is concerned, just listening to the Vox Pops out of New York and Washington tonight, the people in America want some form of action, don't they?
That's right. And the trouble is, unlike 1941, when you had a country to attack, or you had a country to declare war on, there's no one, there actually probably isn't a country we can attack as such, because there's no country who's going to admit responsibility, and this is probably a terrorist group of some sort, or groups. And so in any case, the people who did this were few in numbers. And I mean, what do? You just go root them out and get your vengeance somehow. It depends if America decides to go for a bigger game and say, well, look, we can't just get a couple of people here. We'll start, taking our vengeance on who we think are rogue states. George Bush has outlined his rogue state theory, and he's been very, pronounced about that whole thing. So he may decide to attack rogue states rather than just looking for Osama bin Laden, for example.
You've also chosen one image from inside the Times. Very strong images. In
very
all
strong
the
image.
papers.
This is an amazing image here, because here you have a situation where the people were talking, during the eyewitness accounts, so we're talking about people jumping from the building rather than being buried by it. And here's a picture of a person jumping, who has jumped or fallen from the Trade Center before it collapsed. And it's really extremely graphic and horrific picture of a person falling to their death rather than being, stuck in this building as it collapses. I personally think I'd taken my chance in the building, but I think he may have fallen out. He may have been working on the side of the building and just fallen from the building.
Just going on to one of the tabloids quickly as well, you've chosen, it's the inside page of The Sun. The Sun takes us through the 4 aircraft
yes, I mean,
type that
this
we
is really
use, the
quite
Boeing 767 and the 757.
It's quite good, actually, because, The Sun always comes up with something like this where they'll have a little bit different coverage than the other papers, and this is their graphic coverage, and it's much they tell you about all the planes that are involved there. And at 10,000 are feared dead in the attack. So it tells you an approximation of what they fear might be the people killed. That really is not a very accurate figure. They don't know how many people were killed, but they also show you these planes, which are shows you a description of the planes, which is very good. Gives you an idea what it looked like. We weren't good enough in Europe for the last 2 years. Now that's this way. This is that's a football headline on the other page.
Very briefly though, Dan, I mean, I suppose one aspect of this that's breathtaking and staggering is the way that whoever was behind it managed to coordinate the hijacking of 4 civil airliners at the same time.
Yes, and that was done. It was brought out. That was done basically because they were all done from local airports. When the security is very lax at local airports compared to international airports. All these flights were basically local flights, internal American flights. And if you've ever been to an internal American airport or going on an internal flight, it's very easy to get on these flights, almost like boarding a bus. You go through one metal detector and that's it. No questions asked, no body searches. It's really quite easy. I think that's going to change right now. This is going to waken America up, very suddenly. And now you can find it when you go to America or leaving from American airports, you go through a lot more checks and a lot more, rigmarole to get in and out of the country.
Just to go back to one point that you mentioned earlier on there, we've been hearing from political correspondents in Downing Street in London, the seat of our government. They've been telling us that, yes, there will be retaliation. That's the feeling in Downing Street. And from what you're saying, there will be retaliation as well. But it will verge towards this almost blind retaliation.
I hope it doesn't. I hope America, if they do retaliate against the people who are actually involved in this whole thing. Remember when Ronald Reagan sent bombers to Libya, he didn't really know if Libya did this or not. He assumed Libya was the culprits in attacking American interests, right? He assumed this. And it was never proven that Libya did this. And the bombing apparently bombed innocent people, and he wanted money getting up Gaddafi. It didn't even reach the objective he was looking for.
Dan Ehrlich, thank you very much.
Recent bombings in London mean that Britain's already on a high state of terrorist alert. But the devastating events of this morning in America have led to a further tightening of security at UK airports and key government and financial offices. Our Home Affairs correspondent Margaret Gilmore reports.
This evening, parts of the UK are on their highest security level for many years. Military activity at US bases here is visibly more intense. At British bases too, the security awareness level has been raised to amber, the second highest category there is. The raft of measures announced tonight will immediately affect our everyday lives, all because we're allies of America and are not immune to risk.
Since the end of the Cold War, the UK has very much shifted to wars that are conducted abroad, whether that's in West Africa, East Timor, or indeed in the Balkans. Wars of choice. What this indicates is that wars and conflicts are not outside our own national territory, and that sometimes they come home and affect us, the individuals.
In response to events in America, the London Stock Exchange was evacuated, along with other prominent buildings. Elsewhere in the city, communications with the states failed. Workers could only watch in horror as events unfolded.
Yeah, you should be giving CR24 number 21 in one.
Control Risks advises businesses on how to minimize the risk of terrorist attack. Tonight, its message to increase security was taken up by thousands of private companies and by the government.
You're going to see all prestige buildings are going to be much more determined in their access control measures, in the movement of staff in and out of buildings. People who are travelling have got to expect they're going to meet a higher degree of checks than they've ever seen before.
All flights to the USA have been suspended indefinitely. More stringent checks have tonight been introduced at UK airports and security is being reviewed. It's already tougher than on domestic flights in America, where experts say airlines have resisted tighter, time-consuming precautions.
The domestic point has been known by anybody who knows anything as America's weakest point, and this has just proven it in the most horrific way possible.
In London, some police leave's been cancelled and hundreds of extra officers drafted in as the city's put on heightened alert. It's the same abroad. But even as Americans at embassies worldwide mourn the dead, the Foreign Office here warns there could be further atrocities and says British citizens travelling to Muslim countries should be particularly vigilant. Margaret Gilmore, BBC News.
Well, as we've heard in the past half hour or so, about 4 or 5 hours after the initial attack on the World Trade Center, the Salomon building collapsed as well. 47 stories of the Salomon building. We've just received these latest pictures out of New York, taken obviously from a slightly different angle, showing us another version of the collapse of the Salomon building, 47 stories of office block going to the ground. Following on from the aftershock, one would assume, that's a different way of describing it, the aftershock of the Boeing aircraft having flown in to the World Trade Center. Those are the latest pictures out of New York. That was the Salomon building, going the same way as the twin trade towers that used to make up the World Trade Center. And they're an image that we've quite quickly grown very used to, that billowing debris and smoke engulfing all around it. Those are the latest pictures out of New York. One of the latest reports talks about 200 firefighters having been killed or having died as a result of the work that they were involved in. The AFP news agency is saying that 200 firefighters were killed in the collapse of the World Trade Center. They were perhaps involved in what was going on in the basement of the second tower before it collapsed. There is an underground shopping arcade, a subway station as well. But at the moment, what we're looking at are the latest pictures of the collapse of the Salomon building.
And the whole world is grappling to come to terms with the enormity of today's events, but one region for which there are perhaps even greater repercussions than anywhere else is the Middle East. Barbara Plett's in Jerusalem. Barbara, just tell us how the Israelis and the Palestinians have been responding to all that's gone on today.
The Israelis have responded by declaring solidarity with the Americans and saying they'll do whatever they can to help. There have been calls for urgent blood donations. They've sent an army rescue team across to try to help. They've declared Wednesday to be a day of mourning. So there is a feeling of identification here with the Americans because there's been a spate of suicide attacks in Israel as well. Also, the Prime Minister Ariel Sharon has taken this opportunity to declare or to underline Israel's belief that this is really an international war against terrorism. This is not something that Israel alone is facing, which is what the Palestinians would say. The Palestinians say they are resisting occupation, and that is what's behind their attacks. The Israelis have been saying all along that they're fighting something that's more international, a war against terrorism, and Mr. Sharon did underline this in his speeches. We have been receiving indications that the Israelis are prepared to use the example of this attack as a way to toughen their response to Palestinian violence, and just now we've heard reports that Israeli tanks are moving into the Palestinian-controlled town of Jenin, that they've reached the center of the town, and there is heavy fighting going on there at the moment. On the Palestinian side, the leadership, including the Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat, strongly condemned the attack. Mr. Arafat, looking quite visibly shaken, said he was shocked that it was an unbelievable event and that he was condemning it and sending his condolences on behalf of all the Palestinian people. There were some Palestinians who did see the attack as a reason to celebrate, actually. They said that, in fact, the United States was getting its just desserts, or it was being punished for Palestinian deaths. By that, they mean that the U.S.'s, what is perceived here as the U.S.'s uncritical support of Israel is what's behind the attack, that Arabs feel that the United States Mideast policy is unfair and therefore they're attacking. But that type of celebratory feeling was not necessarily so widespread. Most of the towns in the West Bank and Gaza were quiet. In most of the towns, people were looking at their television screens carefully, just like they are all around the world. Some people said, we feel sadness, we can identify with these people because we know what it's like to feel pain. Some others said they just hoped that there wasn't any connection to the Middle East or to Palestinians because they really don't want to have to get sucked into something that could make their lives even more difficult than it is.
And obviously the effects of this are going to resonate for weeks, months, years ahead. But Barbara, very briefly, is there any obvious implication for the Middle East conflict?
Well, in terms of the Middle East conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians, we have seen already some troop movements into a Palestinian-controlled town. That is something that had been going on earlier, but it's possible the Israelis will feel that they have a stronger hand now to take actions that otherwise might have been criticized by the international community.
Barbara, there we leave it. Many thanks.
Well, let's have a listen to what the US President George W. Bush has been saying as he arrived back in Washington.
I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test.
George W. Bush, and we now take a look back at some of the images and the reactions from eyewitnesses.
Let's just get back. Get back. You want to be gone?
Try to save people. The moment we heard a big explosion coming down, everything just went black. Everything came down, glass started popping, people got hurt, stuff went on top of them, and it was a big explosion, and everything got dark, real dark, like snow. And you can see behind me, oh, this is not snow, this is all from the building. It was a terrible nightmare.
Big explosion happened, some guy came out, his skin was all off, I helped him out, this is him all over. There's people jumping out of windows, I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific, I can't believe this is happening.
We heard a big bang, and then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere, and people were jumping out the windows.
was on the 36th floor of Building 1. All of a sudden, it was like an earthquake. It shook. The building was shaking. Then I saw chunks of debris just falling down because I was close to the window. It was unbelievable.
I'm coming down 6th Avenue. All the people traffic was running up. And I'm looking up, I'm trying to call the station, trying to find where we are. And I look up and the tower just starts crumbling down. And everybody in the street just stops and started crying and bawling. And I'm standing next to a fireman. He said, yeah, they just bombed the Pentagon too.
Yes, I was in the traffic on the 14th Street Bridge, right at the Pentagon, tied up going into town. And I heard this plane come over my head. It was really low.
What size plane?
It sounded like a small plane, but it was very, very low. And the next thing I know, there was this tremendous explosion as it hit the Pentagon. I looked over, and the smoke started coming up. Pieces of the plane and pieces of the Pentagon were falling onto the 14th Street, onto the Shirley Highway.
Terrorists attack the heart of America. Hijacked planes smash into New York's tallest buildings. The World Trade Center collapses with thousands of people trapped inside. Another airliner then flew into the Pentagon, the headquarters of the American military.
Today we have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people. Acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country.
President Bush said those responsible would be hunted down. He's due to address the nation within the next hour.
This is BBC News. I'm Deborah Mackenzie.
And I'm Bill Turnbull. Thousands of people are feared dead after a devastating series of terrorist attacks on the United States of America. At about 9 a.m. local time, hijacked passenger aircraft were flown deliberately into the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. Within the next 2 hours, the center of Manhattan's business area lay in ruins after the twin towers of the Trade Center, America's two tallest buildings, collapsed. All air traffic in the country was suspended, and security forces were put onto a state of the highest alert. President Bush, who'd been visiting Florida, was evacuated to a nuclear bunker from where he pledged to hunt down and punish those responsible. He's now in the White House, preparing to address the nation within the hour. The first blow was struck at 8:45 in the morning, New York time. A hijacked airliner carrying dozens of passengers flew straight into the World Trade Center's North Tower with devastating effect. 18 minutes later, a second attack. Another hijacked jet struck the Trade Center's twin South Tower, exploding in a huge fireball. Next, it was the turn of Washington and the Pentagon, the nerve center of America's military. A third hijacked American airliner, again with dozens of passengers on board, deliberately flown into the side of the building. As panic spread on the streets, all civilian flights were grounded. New York's stock exchange was suspended and the White House was evacuated, along with thousands of personnel in other government buildings. Then the unthinkable. The South Tower of the World Trade Center, the world's fourth tallest building, collapsed. Followed minutes later by the center's second tower, the building symbol of global trade and workplace for 50,000 people, reduced to rubble. No one knows how many have died. A fourth hijacked plane crashed later in Pennsylvania. Well, we can get the latest now from Washington and our correspondent Tom Carver. Tom, presumably America still trying to establish the extent of the devastation.
Exactly. I have to say tonight the capital of the world superpower here, Washington, D.C., feels very much like a city under siege. The only aircraft that has been in the skies here for the last 8 hours has been Air Force One, bringing the president back to a White House and an astonished Capitol here behind me. Congress has been evacuated, many congressmen taken out to safe areas. The federal buildings, the FBI, and of course the Pentagon have all been evacuated. Smoke is still coming out of the Pentagon from where one of the airliners crashed into the first floor of that building. Out on the streets here in Washington, we have spotted armored cars belonging to the National Guard, and likewise in many cities across America, the National Guard has been deployed as security measures. The phone lines have been jammed for much of the day. The motorways up and down the East Coast here have also been jammed. Obviously, this is a country that is trying to come to terms with astonishing events, an attack really quite unparalleled in its history. There have been talks about a similarity to Pearl Harbor, but this is really different because there is no obvious enemy here. They are invisible, apparent terrorists who are prepared to take their own lives for the sake of their cause. We've been having some greater detail of information coming out about what happened. We understand that the plane from Boston to Los Angeles, which crashed into the World Trade Center, John Ashcroft, the Attorney General, told us that the crew were overwhelmed by a group of hijackers carrying knives. That appears to have also happened on the United plane that went also from Boston to Los Angeles, which also crashed into the World Trade Center a few moments later. The plane that took off from Dulles outside Washington here was the one again heading for the West Coast. All these planes were destined for the West Coast, the theory being that they had a full tank and a large amount of fuel to maximize the fireball that they then caused. The plane from Dulles crashed into the Pentagon, again the assumption being that they were overwhelmed by hijackers with knives, and then a fourth plane which took off from Newark outside New York heading for San Francisco was apparently on its way down to Washington as well when it appeared to have crashed into a field in Pennsylvania en route. The speculation here being tonight that somehow the hijackers were overwhelmed and that a fight must have ensued inside the cabin of that plane. But as I say, it is all speculation, and as you can imagine, George Bush in the White House behind me is preparing furiously for what is going to be the most important address of his life in 25 minutes' time to a nation. Somehow he's going to have to rally the American nation together, because it's in times like these of deep crisis that America really does look to its president for help. Let's now go back over the world, over the day's astonishing events. Here is James Robbins.
It should have been a perfect day, but just before 9 o'clock, the pure blue sky over Manhattan was filling with smoke. A hijacked American airliner had just smashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. No one quite knew what had happened. Surely this must have been a terrible accident. But what happened next showed these were no accidents. A second hijacked airliner, a Boeing 767 with 92 people on board, is flying straight for the other tower. No one yet knows who piloted these planes to destruction, but they could not have been targeted with greater accuracy. The extraordinary impact of the second plane, the 767, was witnessed by many who simply didn't realize the full enormity of what was happening. Nor could they know the implications of a huge airliner laden with aviation fuel exploding deep inside one of the world's tallest buildings. They certainly didn't realize the twin towers of the World Trade Center were now completely doomed.
Wow, did you see this place here crash? That's got it all.
By now, many hundreds of people must already have been dead, and the unfolding disaster could be seen all around New York.
Taking a look.
Oh! Oh my God! Oh, shit! Oh my God! My own eye. It must be a
Oh my God! Another plane just went in.
At that time, there would have been about 10,000 people in each tower of the World Trade Center, many thousands more in the Wall Street financial district all around. Those who could were running for their lives.
I was just standing here watching the World Trade Center after the first plane hit. I just saw a second plane come in from the south and hit the south tower halfway between the bottom and the top of the tower. It's got to be a terrorist attack. I can't tell you anything more than that. I saw the plane hit the building.
When a big explosion happened, some guy came out, his skin was all off. I helped him out. This is him all over. There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific. I can't believe this is happening.
We heard a big bang, and then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere, and people are jumping out the windows. Over there, they're jumping out the windows, I guess because they're trying to save themselves. I don't know.
But it wasn't only New York and America's financial heart which was under attack. Now it was the nation's capital, too. In Washington, the Pentagon was hit, headquarters for the armed forces of the world's superpower. A third hijacked airliner, again with dozens on board, had been crashed with devastating results. By now, smoke was billowing around Capitol Hill, and the White House was being evacuated. People were talking of a new Pearl Harbor, someone declaring war on the United States. And back in New York, the nightmare was still far from over. Firefighters were in the basement of the World Trade Center, wondering if the building above was safe. The unthinkable was about to happen. The South Tower, all 110 stories, collapsed, and it was all live on American television.
Thanks very much.
Completely collapsed.
The whole side has collapsed?
The whole building has collapsed.
The whole building has collapsed?
The building has collapsed.
That's the southern tower you're talking about.
Exactly. The second building that we witnessed the airplane enter.
On the ground, emergency services hardly knew which way to turn. People still trapped in the second tower had seen it all and could only wave in desperation. But it was already too late for rescue. The second tower, representing America's trade and wealth, was about to go. The Twin Towers, which took 7 years to build, had been utterly destroyed in a single morning. The Manhattan skyline and countless lives devastated.
Big boom, come down the steps, everything fine till we got to the basement, and then everything just fell in. I got trapped in there with another guy, crawled out, kept getting hit in the head, had bags thrown around. Finally, we fought our way out over the rubble. Yeah. Come on down. You did all right. All right, way to be, Tom.
Even the bloodied felt incredibly lucky on this terrible day. And firefighters could embrace each other for a few moments before facing many more hours of trauma. As New York struggled to cope, to adapt to the clogging dust, the fallout of so much tragedy, more news was coming in, a fourth crashed airliner in Pittsburgh. And somehow American government seemed almost powerless amidst all this. The centers of that power had been evacuated, key congressional leaders taken to secret locations, the president himself whisked to a nuclear bunker in Nebraska, shaken but pledging somehow to find those who masterminded this day of mayhem and massacre.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Hours after the attacks, the United States, the whole world, is struggling to take it all in. There's really no more rescue the firemen can seriously attempt. It's now a question of salvage amid the wreckage, as others in New York try to establish how many men, women and children have been lost. A priest picks his way through the New York ruins. The World Trade Center has been reduced to the stumps of skyscrapers that once helped define one of the world's most vibrant cities, normally loud with life. An entire society feels itself violated by terror. James Robbins, BBC News.
In moments, we'll be going back to Washington to speak to Jonathan Clark, Research Fellow in Foreign Policy Studies at the Cato Research Institute. Mr. Clark's an expert on American foreign policy. But first, in the studio with me here is Anjem Choudary, who's leader of the British political party Al-Muhajirun, which attracts young British Muslims with its brand of radical ideas. He says the Pentagon would have been a legitimate target because of the America's policy on the Middle East. Thank you for coming into the studio. There's no indication yet, no firm indication as to who's responsible, and no firm claim for responsibility, but the speculation is that it's based in the Middle East. Someone somewhere is justifying this. How could they do that?
Let us to make the point, first of all, that we regret the loss of any innocent lives, whether we be Muslims or Christians. This is something which is unacceptable. Those people who are not involved in war, who are not perpetrating any violence anywhere in the world, they do not deserve to be targeted. However, we can get an indication of the feeling of the Muslims worldwide by the fact that if you go to Baghdad or you go to Jerusalem today, you will find that people are celebrating in the streets. That will indicate to you that there is a feeling of retribution or revenge against American atrocities being committed at the present time in the Middle East.
American atrocities?
American atrocities being committed. For example, their continued support of the tyrant state of Israel, the continuing bombing of Iraq, the unilateral bombing indeed a few years ago of Sudan and Afghanistan. We have a long list of atrocities which America have committed, which are enough for the Muslims and the Islamic movements worldwide to consider that they are in fact in a state of war with the American government.
Jonathan Clark in Washington, it seems this has come about because it's payback time for America's foreign policy.
Yes, that may be the case, but I think one of the things that does stand out today has been the number of messages flowing in from the Arab world, from all over the Arab world, and from Mr. Arafat himself, deploring this incident, condemning this as an outrage, and really dismissing any participation in this by the Palestinians. So I think that's an encouraging sign.
Anjem Choudary with us here in the studio. This is just a surely solitary act by a group of extremely radical fanatics who have no real base of support anywhere in the world.
I don't think that's the case at all. I think that
Well, you just said that, hang on a second, Jonathan Clark just said, pointed to the number of messages of condolence that have come in from Middle Eastern nations.
But the Middle Eastern nations are run by tyrant regimes, and they have dictators who have nothing at all to say about Islam, and they don't base their policies upon the divine text. Those people who represent the views of the Muslims and Islam worldwide are those legitimate scholars, and fatwa have been issued, for example, by the Sharia Court of the UK today, that American military personnel and buildings and war machinery remains and has been, up until today, a legitimate target because of atrocities which they have been committing.
Jonathan Clark in Washington, do you think this appalling attack is going in any way to change America's policy towards the Middle East?
Well, I think what is going on right now is a period of rational and calm reassessment. The United States policy in the Middle East has been very consistent for over a large number of administrations. I very much doubt that it's going to change in the face of this outrage. But clearly what you are going to be seeing is inside the American government a reconsideration of American foreign policy around the world. But I don't think you're going to see dramatic changes, especially not in the face of this type of provocation.
And Choudary is not going to change anything, and thousands of people will have died for nothing.
I think that whoever was behind the actions which took place today are not really the focus point for us. I think what we need to do is we need to look to why people are targeting American interests. Why have people taken the stance that we need to attack the Pentagon, we need to attack the political and the economic and the strategic locations, and really inflict damage upon the American government. And I think it's got something to do with the fact that America continues to have their forces in the Middle East. America continues to back tyrant regimes, and I think that this should be a lesson not only for the American regime, but also to the Muslims worldwide, to say that we need to have a different type of relationship, a relationship based on debate and discussion.
Jonathan Clark in Washington, is America going to learn the sort of lesson Mr. Chowdhury wants it to?
I think he's rather exaggerating the present relations between the United States and the Arab world. Generally speaking, these are very good. If you think about relations with countries like the Gulf Emirates, with Saudi Arabia, with Kuwait, I think with Egypt, you see a very great sign of friendship and solidarity with those nations. There are obviously major disagreements over Israel, but I think that overall the relationships with the Arab world are good, and they're not going to change as a result of this. So I wouldn't take this out of perspective in terms of American foreign policy. I really wouldn't. I think that this is going to continue in the way that American foreign policy towards the Middle East has been set for a great number of administrations.
Jonathan Clark in Washington, Anjem Chowdhury here in London. Thank you both very much. Deborah.
This is BBC News now, a summary of the main news. America and the rest of the world is in shock tonight after New York and Washington were hit by a series of major terrorist attacks. Several thousand people are thought to have lost their lives when two hijacked passenger planes flew directly into the side of the twin skyscrapers of the World Trade Center during the early morning rush hour. Both towers caught fire immediately and later collapsed, sending clouds of dust and billowing smoke into Manhattan as people frantically tried to escape.
And we held on to each other, and he flashed the light, and he directed us to Building 5, and we went out Building 5.
Did you see people bleeding, and what did you see?
Oh, everybody could see. Do you want blood? Here's blood. Everybody's bleeding. People are laying all over the floor. It's horrible. And I was there the first time, and this is twice.
Shortly after the first two strikes, another hijacked Boeing 757 crash-landed near the Pentagon building in Washington, the headquarters of the American military. The building burst into flames and part of its five-sided structure collapsed. A fourth airliner crashed in Pennsylvania, again after apparently being hijacked. President Bush has consulted his national security advisors and visited two air bases.
The full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
And President Bush is to make another national address shortly. The number of casualties may not be known for at least 24 hours, but the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, says the casualties will be more than any of us can bear. Rescue workers are being hindered by a thick fog of ash, fumes and debris from the ruins. Some 260 people on board the planes are assumed dead. The American Defense Secretary, Donald Rumsfeld, said the Pentagon was functioning and would be open on Wednesday. He said the United States was in no way connected to explosions that had been occurring in the Afghan capital, Kabul, this evening. American forces around the world have been placed on the highest alert, and warships have been deployed along the US East Coast. There's been widespread condemnation of the attacks. The British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, said it was a war between terrorists and the free world.
Well, in New York, the rescue effort is really just getting underway after the collapse of not just the World Trade Center's twin towers, but also the 47-story Solomon building next door to it. For the latest, we can go now to New York and join our correspondent, Jane Stanley. Jane, bring us up to date, if you can, on what's happening now.
Well, we still have no further concrete word on casualty figures, as you said, though people are expecting very horrific numbers. But just down behind me, where the World Trade Center towers used to be, we can still see a thick plume of smoke and of ash in the air, and queues of rescue vehicles, heavy lifting gear being brought in, reinforcements of police in buses and cars, ambulances, all the emergency services getting in And we know that the mayor of the city, Rudolph Giuliani, and the governor of New York have been appealing for any medical staff in the area to come here to help out, because we've already seen several thousand people being treated in a tent hospital out in New York Bay, and we know that some of those are New York City police officers. We think about 100, and we have unconfirmed as yet reports that as many as 200 firefighters may have been killed and 70 police officers are missing. They were emergency personnel around the building when the towers fell down. So New York in a state of panic and of great grief.
After the collapse of the Solomon building, Jane, are the other buildings in that area stable? Hello, Jane?
Nada.
No, I think we've lost Jane Stanley in New York. We'll try and get back to her later. Deborah.
And now a summary of the main news on BBC News. The United States of America has been hit by a wave of terrorist attacks, the worst the world has seen. 2 hijacked planes crashed into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York early on Tuesday morning, causing both buildings to collapse. A 3rd plane then struck the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., the heart of American military intelligence. A 4th plane, also believed to be hijacked, crashed in Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. Thousands of people are feared dead. All air traffic into and out of America has been suspended, and borders with Canada and Mexico closed. President Bush has vowed to hunt down and punish those responsible. Quick look at today's events. They've been described as America's second Pearl Harbor. Such was the belief and this horror. This is BBC News.
Well, how could it happen? That's one of the questions being asked, not just in the United States, but around the world. 4 airplanes hijacked in a single day and then used for unimaginable purposes, really. With us in the studio is Dr. Martin Navius, who's a defense and security analyst. Dr. Navius, thank you for joining us. How does it happen?
Well, this is a terrorist attack that has been long in the making. There's no doubt that the sophisticated organization that was behind this has planned this for years. The logistics involved were enormous. The sophistication of the organization and its terrorist professionalism is obviously great, and this has been planned for a long time. The results are terrible, and we can only guess at the political and military consequences.
It was reported, if I recall correctly, some time ago that this was an ambition of certain terrorist groups to hijack airplanes in the United States and crash them into major buildings. So why were the authorities, why were the intelligence networks so caught by surprise?
Well, no doubt there will be an investigation into this, and it's impossible to know why they were kept out of the loop here, if they were. Threats of this kind are made known to security agencies all the time. You go on to, you get various indications of potential terrorist attacks, and it's very difficult sometimes to know which ones are the real ones and which ones are just noise, or just attempts by the terrorist organization to increase insecurity and increase misperceptions, so that when the real attack comes, you're caught unawares. There will be a lengthy investigation during which heads no doubt will roll, and we will be able to find out. The problem is it is very difficult to prevent all terrorist attacks.
American airport security also notoriously lax.
Domestic security is notoriously lax, and no doubt this will be changed, but obviously too late for this event. American policy vis-a-vis terrorism in the Middle East and elsewhere will have to change, and this, I think, will be the focus of efforts of the Bush administration.
Little details that are seeked out from people who managed to make phone calls from these planes before they crashed were that the hijackers appear to be armed simply with knives.
Yeah, well, I mean, you don't need massive amounts of explosives to take over an aircraft. Anyone who has used a domestic flight in the United States knows that the security is often rudimentary, a simple electronic device to check goods going into the aircraft, into the cabin. And obviously the quality of the staff and the quality of the equipment is not always 100%. The terrorists plan these operations. No doubt they've done dry runs in Boston and elsewhere over a number of months, and they worked out that they could move their equipment through relatively easily.
Dr. Martin Navies, thank you very much. Well, the events of the past 12 hours have been described as America's second Pearl Harbor. Such was the disbelief and horror of the terrorist attacks. We can take a look back now at some of the images and reactions from eyewitnesses.
Let's just get back. Get back. You with me, John?
I just think there's going to be another.
Try to save people. The moment we heard a big explosion coming down, everything just went black. Everything came down, glass are popping. People got hurt, stuff went on top of them. And it was a big explosion, and everything got dark, real dark, like snow. You can see behind me, oh, this is not snow, this is all from the buildings. It was a terrible nightmare.
A big explosion happened. Some guy came out, his skin was all off. I helped him out. This is him all over. There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific. I can't believe this is happening.
We heard a big bang, and then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere, and people were jumping out the windows.
I was in One World Trade Center.
And what was it like in there? Did they start evacuating?
Yeah, as soon as it got hit, I was thrown to a window. So I was very lucky to get out. There's a lot of people that didn't get out. There's a lot of people coming down the stairs, burnt up. It's bad.
I was on the 36th floor, building 1. All of a sudden, it was like an earthquake. Just shook. The building was shaking. Then I saw chunks of debris just falling down because I was close to the window. It was unbelievable.
Well, in just a few moments, we're expecting to hear from President George W. Bush. He's going to be making a live television address to the American people, and we'll take that, of course. First, let's go to Washington and join our correspondent, Tom Carver. Tom, over the past 12 hours, a lot of mentions of the name Osama bin Laden. That's still, I believe, President Bush is... Sorry, Tom, President Bush about to go on television now?
Yes, that's right. I can see him now. Let's go straight to him.
No, we can see him there on our monitor, Tom, but I think he's just waiting to go on air. So let's just talk while we wait for him. Let's just talk about his speech, because this is a very, very important moment, not just for the United States, but for him.
Today, our fellow citizens,
There he goes. He's talking now.
Our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood, and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts